Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Watch Your Back by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Chapter 1. Margarita locked the front doors before heading to the back of the restaurant to set the alarm. Once the light blinked, she stepped outside and locked that door too. The cool night air clung to her skin, a welcome contrast to the warm stickiness inside. She breathed in the fresh oxygen, willing it to clear the smells of sweat, alcohol, and Mexican food stuck in her nose. With any luck, the house would be empty when she got there. A hot bath before falling asleep to some show sounded heavenly. That would get her mind off everything she didn't want to think about, so she could start over the next day. At least she had her business. The bar and grill was her life, bringing more joy than anything else. She loved the social scene. Whenever somebody in town wanted to party, they knew where to go, because Rita made sure each time was the best, topping the one before it. She drew in another deep breath before turning around to the dim parking lot behind the building. The overhead light was out. Hadn't they just changed that? Rita made a mental note to have Javier check that in the morning. Then she remote unlocked her car. It beeped, the headlights illuminating the dark night, revealing a man in front of the Mercedes. Her heart leaped into her throat. She stepped back, gasping for air. "Hello, Rita," he said, his familiar voice smooth and slow. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "You scared me half to death. I thought you were a killer." He laughed, a subtle cruelty underlying his tone. "This is the safest town in the state of Washington." "Doesn't mean there's no crime." "Why are you here?" He stepped toward her, gravel crunching under his weight. "We need to talk." "Later. I'm exhausted." She started toward her car. "This can't wait." His voice had an edge to it. He took a step closer. "Stay where you are." He continued walking. "I'm not joking," she said, her voice shaking. "Neither am I." The hairs on her neck stood on end. "You're scaring me." "Good." Her knees turned to rubber. "Excuse me?" "I'm not kidding around." Now he was within an arm's reach away. She pulled out her phone from her purse. "I'm going to call the police if you don't leave now." He laughed again, and this time the sound was terrifying. Rita struggled to breathe normally. "This isn't funny." "Never said it was." He knocked the phone from her hand. It flew into the long grass. "You have to go," he chortled. "I don't have to do anything." "Yes, you do." She glanced to the side. "What's that?" "What?" He turned slightly. She ran in the other direction. Gravel crunched behind her. "You shouldn't have done that," he shouted. Rita pushed herself to go faster. The strappy heels dug into her flesh. Her right ankle twisted. She stumbled, reaching out to balance herself. Sharp pain shot from her ankle. Needed to keep going. Rita's foot hit a curb. The concrete jammed her toe, ripped the nail. She flew down, scraping her bare knees and palms on the sidewalk. She struggled up. Her toe, legs, and arms throbbed. Fingers squeezed her arm. Rita screamed. He covered her mouth. "Shut up!" She kicked, trying to dig her heels into his legs, flailed her arms, elbowing his ribs. He released his hold. Rita bolted. Ankle wobbled. Her breath stuck in her throat from the pain. Couldn't give up. She darted between trees and made her way to a nearby park. The moon barely gave her enough light. She struggled past the play area, stopped behind a rock-climbing wall, leaned against it, gasped for air, listened, looked around. No homes in sight. An empty school across the street. Businesses closed for the night. Empty lots waiting for new buildings. "Rita, where are you?" he called. She readied herself to run again. His footsteps sounded close. "Ready or not, here I come." She held her breath, waited, had to get the shoes off. "Rita?" A shiver shot down her spine. "You can't hide forever," he said, now sounding farther away. Stomach lurching, she peeked around the corner. He neared the swings, his back to her. She loosened the buckle on her right pump. It stuck, resisted. Footsteps grew closer. Now he was heading her way. She froze, tried to fix her buckle, fumbled. "There you are!" Heart nearly giving out, she turned. He stood halfway between the playground and her. Rita leaped to her feet and ran. Her right shoe clung to her foot loosely, the buckle not fully undone. Made it hard to remain steady. She kicked, trying to free herself from it. Finally lost it as she darted between bushes. Rough bark dug into her bare foot, then concrete as she reached the sidewalk. Her hips protested the 3-inch difference between her 2 feet, one shoed and the other not. "Gotcha!" His arms wrapped around her middle. He squeezed. She struggled and kicked, barely able to breathe. "Help! I'm being—" He covered her mouth. She bit his finger. He swore at her, didn't let go, pulled her back toward the park. Rita squirmed and flailed, scratched at him. She wasn't going down without a fight. They flew to the ground. She landed with a hard thud. He crashed on top of her. She pushed and strained to get out from under him. "This could have all been avoided," he grunted. "I only wanted to talk." "Could have fooled me." She tried to push him off. "Don't you see we're meant for each other?" Rita almost laughed at the irony of his words. "This is your way of winning me back?" "You have to see the obvious." The truth was clearer now than before, but pointing that out wouldn't do any good. Just needed to get away, get her phone back, and call the cops. Had to think fast. "You think we can work things out?" she asked, and stopped resisting. "If you're willing to change." He loosened his hold. She bit back a sarcastic retort. Needed to get him to move off her. "What do you want me to do?" "You have to stop flirting with guys at the bar, for starters," he said, giving her more space. Not enough to run. "Let's talk about that," she said. He rolled off her and started to say something. Rita jumped up and ran. He called after her. She raced to the park, through it. He screamed profanities at her, getting closer. She yelled for help, for all the good that would do. Her restaurant came into view. All she needed was to get to her car. Her fingerprint would start it. Thank God for technology. She'd lost her keys and purse somewhere along the way. Hadn't even noticed when. She reached her property. Something hard struck the back of her head. Rita flew forward, landed hard on the ground, her car just out of reach. Another hit to the head. Everything went black. Chapter 2. Ariana Jones rushed into the bar and grill, the mouth-watering aromas of Mexican food slamming into her. Her stomach rumbled, and she hurried to their regular table. Leah sat at her usual spot, attention on her phone. "Where's Rita?" Ari asked. She sat and dug into the chips and salsa. "Not sure." Leah didn't glance up. "That's weird. She didn't text you?" "Nope." Ariana scarfed down about half the basket of chips and an entire cup of salsa. Leah lifted an eyebrow, finally pulling her attention from the phone. "Pregnant or something?" She almost choked. "No, we're not even talking about it yet." "How are your efforts going?" "Nowhere," Leah said, her expression falling. Then it lit up. "But we're having a lot of fun trying." They both laughed. Missy, one of the servers, stopped at the table. "The usuals?" Ari swallowed and wiped some salsa from the side of her mouth. "Not yet. Where's Rita?" "She hasn't been in today." Leah dropped her phone. "At all?" "Is she sick?" Ariana asked. Missy shrugged. "I don't know. It's so unlike her. She didn't even call that I'm aware of. Maybe Miguel talked to her and didn't tell anyone." Ariana exchanged a worried look with Leah before turning back to the server. "Boone didn't call either?" Missy shook her head. "Never does. Can I get you to anything else while you wait for Rita?" "No," Ari said, her ravenous appetite now gone. "I'll let you know if I find out anything about Rita." Missy went to another table. Leah picked up her phone. "You didn't hear from her today?" "Nothing." Ariana tried to remember if Rita had mentioned anything about not being able to make their usual date. "She never misses our happy hour," Leah said. "I know." Ariana twisted some hair around her finger, tight enough to turn her skin white. "She didn't mention anything to you?" "No," Leah said, tapping her screen furiously. "Nothing in any of the texting threads." "Something has to be wrong. I'm calling her." Straight to voicemail. Leah gave her a hopeful glance. "Her phone didn't even ring," Ari said. "Let me try." Leah turned to her screen before frowning. Same. Maybe she got an emergency call. Isn't her dad having some health problems? Something to do with his heart? I think she said he's on medication that's keeping it under control. Leah put her phone down before looking out the window. Her car isn't here. "In the back?" Ariana asked. "The employee lot. I'm going to look, and I'll see if I can find Miguel while I'm at it. Missy said maybe he'd heard from her." "Good idea. I'll call Boone." Ariana stopped each employee she passed, but none had heard from Rita all day. Miguel was nowhere in sight. Rita's red Mercedes wasn't in the parking lot. However, some of the gravel was disturbed. The marks were too small to be from car tires. It looked fresh. Once a cop's kid, always a cop's kid. Ari couldn't help thinking of her dad on the other side of Washington State, probably on the job at that moment. He'd spent much of her teen years teaching her what to look for in order to stay alert and safe. And she'd always listened, especially after being abducted. She'd even gone into pre-law in college, intending to join a police force herself. But while taking her pre-law classes, she'd realized she wanted to help people before, not after, they became victims. For that reason, she'd switched her focus to psychology. But then she decided she didn't want to become a psychologist like her Aunt Macy either. Much to her mom's relief, her plans had changed drastically. Ariana studied writing next. It was a miracle she'd graduated at all, given how many times she'd changed her mind. But it had worked out, as she and Damon had basically invented their own line of work. They'd spent their time teaching safety and prevention through their books, website, and podcasts, and were increasingly speaking at schools and giving interviews. Should she have spent more time telling her friend about personal safety? Ariana snapped a few pictures of the gravel, just in case. Anything to help Rita. Then she returned to the table. "Didn't find her?" Leah asked. "No. There was messed up gravel outside, like there was a scuffle. Want to see the pictures?" "You sure you don't want to be an officer?" Leah teased. "Definitely not. I don't want the stress." "Did you reach Boone?" Leah sighed. "He doesn't know where she is, and he isn't worried." "Of course he isn't. He never pays her any attention. She could walk into traffic and he wouldn't bother to look away from his work." "Or his girlfriend?" Ariana squared her shoulders. "Maybe we should stop by and talk to him in person. Might get more out of him that way." "I don't think he knows anything. Did you talk to Miguel?" "Didn't see him." Leah rose. "I'll find him. You call Boone. Maybe hearing from both of us will get it through his head that something's wrong." "Sure." Ari called Rita first. Maybe she'd be off her phone to answer. Or she'd see they were trying to reach her and just let them know she was okay. Plus, Ari didn't want to talk to Boone if she could avoid it. Voicemail. She found Boone's number and called him. "What do you want?" Boone answered. "I already told Leah I don't know where she is. She doesn't check in with me. I'm not her parent." Ariana bit back a sharp comment. "Aren't you worried?" "Not in the slightest." "She never misses our Friday happy hours." "Maybe she found something better to do. Believe it or not, it could happen." "Rita doesn't miss our weekly time." "I don't know what to tell you," Boone said. "I have a meeting I need to get to." "Will you at least let me know if you hear from her?" "Yeah, sure." Liar. Ariana didn't bother saying goodbye before ending the call. Leah returned. "Miguel hasn't heard from her either. And Boone's annoyed that we're bothering him about the possibility that something happened to his wife." "What should we do?" Ari frowned. "Go to her house. Maybe she's sick at home and her phone is dead and she doesn't realize it. She'll answer the door if we ring the bell." "And if she doesn't?" Leah asked, her face paling. "Then we'll break it down." Chapter 3. Ariana waved to Tom at the gate, who let her into the neighborhood. Leah followed in her sporty Audi. It took all of Ari's self-control not to speed through the residential streets. The Homeowners Association's fines meant nothing. Something was definitely wrong with Rita. Whether she was sick or it was something worse was yet to be seen. But her friend needed help. No question. She wouldn't miss work. The bar and grill was her baby. And she also wouldn't miss their weekly hangout time. Sure, the three women often saw each other throughout the rest of the week, but they made their girl time a priority. They all lived on the same street in the quiet, gated community and had become fast friends. The three of them were younger than most of the other wives in the neighborhood, which had helped to bring them close. Their group was tighter than any Ari had ever been in. Leah and Rita were like sisters. Ariana's tires peeled as she turned onto their road. She'd likely get a fine for that. There were more than a few bored housewives who lived for such drama. As if that were really drama when someone's life was potentially on the line. Rita's red Mercedes wasn't in front of the Walkers' house, and it wouldn't be in the 4-car garage because Boone kept his prized cars in there. When he wasn't working 60-plus hours a week, he was at some car show getting his ego stroked over one of the vehicles. Ariana got out of the car just as Leah slammed her door shut. "She isn't here," Leah said. "I'm still going to knock." Ariana rushed past her friend. They knocked, rang the bell, and called for Rita. No response. Ari's stomach knotted tighter by the moment. Leah peeked in a window. "It's dark inside. Are you ready to break down the door?" "I think we should talk to Tom." "Who?" Leah asked. "The security guard." Leah's expression remained blank. "At the gate." "Right. He might know a way we can get in that doesn't involve property damage." Ari nodded. "Good idea." "You talk to him, since you're already on a first-name basis. I'm going to look in other windows. Maybe ask around to see if other neighbors have seen her." "Good idea." Leah ran next door to the McDonald's, who were friendly with everyone and liked to watch the street. Ari hopped back in her car and again struggled to keep her speed down. She parked before the gate and hurried over to the window. "Everything okay?" Tom asked. "No. Have you seen Rita Walker?" "Not today." "Can you check to see when she last came or left?" "I could, but I can't just hand out that information willy-nilly." Ariana gripped the windowsill. "Tom, she's potentially missing. Nobody can reach her, and she didn't show up at work today." "What about Boone? Surely he knows where she is." "I asked. He doesn't know where she is either. Nobody does." Tom glanced back and forth between Ari and the computer screen. "If anybody asks, I didn't do this." "Didn't do what?" she asked, showing her agreement. He gave her a grateful nod before typing on the keyboard. His eyes widened. "What?" Ari demanded. Tom turned to her, his pupils dilated. "She last left yesterday morning, just after 9. "Yesterday? And she didn't return?" "No." "Thank you." Ari rushed to her car, already calling Leah. "Nobody's seen her," Leah answered. "That's because she left yesterday morning and hasn't been back since." "You're sure?" "Yes." Ariana stopped just short of telling Leah that Tom had checked. "Did Tom tell you how we could get inside?" "I forgot to ask." "We need in." "I'll call you back." Ariana ended the call and went back to the gate, everything a blur around her. "Did you hear from her?" Tom asked. "No. Do you know how we can get into her house?" Tom straightened his back. "Checking her status is one thing. This is something completely different. I can't tell you how to break into her house." "She could be dying in there. I could get fired." "Please," Ariana begged. "I'll call Boone." "He won't do anything." Tom turned to his computer and tapped on the keyboard again. Then he made a phone call. Ariana's phone rang. It was Leah. "Did he tell you anything?" Leah asked. "No. Tom's calling Boone." "Like that'll do any good." "That's what I told him." "We need to call the cops," Leah said. "I'll call my dad and see what he says." "Your dad?" Leah asked. "He's across the state." "He not only knows the law, but is an expert on missing people." "Just hurry. We're losing valuable time." "My dad will know what we should do." Ariana called her dad. "Ari, sweetheart," he answered. "Dad, I have an important question. No time for small talk." "What is it?" he asked, his tone now worried. She explained the situation. "What can we do? Is Rita considered missing at this point?" "She was last seen yesterday morning." "No, that's when she left for work. She usually leaves in the evening. Her employees would have seen her around 10. "Nobody's seen her since. What about her car?" "Missing. Her phone keeps going to voicemail, too." "Has she posted anything to social media?" asked Dad. "I didn't think to look," Ari said, her face warming. How had she and Leah not thought of that, but her dad had? "Check. And if there isn't anything," he said, "then call the police. At least get the ball rolling." "Thanks. I really appreciate it." "Always glad to help. Let me know what you find out." "Will do." They said goodbye, and Ariana checked their usual social media apps. Nothing since the day before on any of Rita's accounts. She'd posted a picture of a new cocktail the restaurant was going to introduce over the weekend. Ariana went back to the window. "Can you get into the house?" Tom shook his head. "Boone won't allow it." Does he not realize the seriousness of this? His wife is missing. "He thinks she's fine." "He'd be more concerned if it was his girlfriend missing," she muttered. "Can't speak to that," Tom said. He probably knew all about the mistress. Probably knew about plenty in the neighborhood. But that was neither here nor there. Ariana leaned closer. "If the police ask for help, can you give it to them?" "Of course." She hurried back to her car, called the local police. "I need to file a missing person report." Chapter 4. Ariana paced her driveway, unable to pull her attention from Rita's house. 2 police cruisers blocked the way, and the officers had been inside for what felt like hours. Her phone showed 10 minutes. Several feet away, Charles held Leah. As a screenwriter, he worked from home, so he'd been able to rush outside to offer his wife support as soon as she drove up the driveway. Ariana hadn't been so fortunate. She could have called Damon, but didn't want to distract him from his interview with a popular podcaster. A car engine sounded not far away. Damon's Charger turned onto the street, stopped in front of their house. The engine cut, and he leaped out and ran to Ariana, wrapped his arms around her. "I came as soon as I heard." She clung to him. "How'd you know?" "Charles texted me," Damon said. "What about the interview?" "Rick thinks we had enough for the segment. But if not, we'll do the rest over video chat. Being here for you is more important." "Thank you." Ariana held her husband tightly. "I'm so worried about Rita. It's not like her to miss work or the weekly happy hour." "Did the police talk to you yet?" he asked. "Yes, and I told her everything. She seemed concerned, at least. Even after hearing that, Boone wasn't worried." Ariana looked back over at the Walker's house. The police were still inside, and more neighbors had come to gawk since Damon arrived. Maybe one of them knew something. "Not surprising," Damon said. "It's usually the husband or boyfriend." "You think he did something to her?" "I'm not going that far. But it's hardly a secret that he has a girlfriend on the side. That alone does cast doubt." Ariana sighed, her stomach churning acid. Damon rubbed her back. "Just because he's a cheater doesn't make him a killer. That's a tremendous leap." "There's something I haven't told you." He looked at her, concern in his eyes. What? Rita started seeing someone too. Can't say that's a shocker, but that would give Boone more motive. Ariana played with a strand of hair. I didn't mention her boyfriend to the officer because I thought it might make her look bad. We just need them to find her. And besides, she mentioned wanting to end it. Damon frowned. You know as well as I do that they need all the information. But it isn't my place to tell. Even if it could save her life? Ariana sighed again. I told her I'd keep her secret. Damon lifted an eyebrow. But this changes everything. It does. I hate it when you're right. We both just want to find Rita sooner rather than later. I'm going to call her again. Ariana went to the porch and leaned against the wall, silently pleading with Rita to pick up. She didn't. Ari left another voicemail, then a text. Called again. Damon joined her. Anything? She shook her head, defeat crushing her. Something's really wrong. I just know it. Rita would appreciate you telling the cops everything you know, even about her boyfriend. But what if Boone is holding her somewhere against her will? If he hears about Jared, he could do the unthinkable. If he has her captive, that's already a risk. He put his arm around her. Do you want me to go with you to speak with the officer? No, I should bring Leah with me. We're the only ones who know about Jared, and she might remember something I don't. Damon kissed her cheek. Whatever you tell them can only help Rita. Ari's chest tightened. I know you're right, but I still feel like I'm betraying her. That's because you have a good heart. But you know this is for her own good. Unfortunately. She drew in a deep breath and held it, trying to build up the courage to walk across the street. But first, to convince Leah to tell the police about Rita's affair. When Ariana approached, Leah pulled away from Charles. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you're thinking the same thing. We have to tell them about her boyfriend. Leah nodded, frowning. It feels like betraying her trust, but Rita's missing. She would understand. Right. We have to do this. It could save her. What if Boone found out and did something stupid? The police need to know. True. Fire burned in Leah's eyes. A thought struck Ariana. Unless Jared did something. Leah's mouth gaped. I didn't even think of that. We've never met him. He could be a psycho, and if she broke up with him, he might have freaked out. The police definitely need to know. Leah grabbed Ari's arm. Now. Do you know anything about him? Ariana asked. Did Rita mention where he lives? I don't think she even told us his last name. Just that his name is Jared. I wish I'd been nosier. She wouldn't say much more than his name. How will telling them about some random guy named Jared help? Leah asked. We have nothing. No picture, no location, no last name. They could find something in her things. Let's go. Ariana pulled her friend across the street, her heart clawing its way up her throat. She and Leah had to maneuver around neighbors. It seemed like the whole gated community had gathered on their street. Everyone except Boone. The thought sent an icy chill down her spine. "Should we go inside?" Leah asked. "No, we don't want to disturb anything." "Like what?" Her eyes widened. "You don't think Boone did something to her in there?" "I have no idea, but the police need all evidence undisturbed. Maybe Boone did something, but maybe she ran away, and they'll find her closet emptied." "Ran away?" Leah asked. "Not a chance. She'd have told us. And if her closet is empty, Boone did that to throw everyone off the actual trail." "I'm trying to think of scenarios that don't end with Rita in trouble. Or worse." Leah swallowed. "I don't know what I'd do if something happened to her." Before Ari could respond, Detective Rojas stepped out of the house. Leah and Ariana raced to her. She gave them a sympathetic glance. "I know how upset you two are, but you need to stay off the property. This is an active investigation." "We have something important to tell you," Ariana said. Detective Rojas tilted her head. "What is it?" Leah and Ari exchanged a nervous glance. "I don't have all day. We have a missing person to find." Ariana glanced over at the crowd. They were far enough away that nobody would hear. She turned back to the detective. "Boone wasn't the only one seeing someone else." "Rita has a boyfriend?" asked the detective. "Yes," Leah and Ari said in unison. "Come inside. It's too loud out here. Don't touch anything." They followed Detective Rojas to the kitchen and told her everything they knew, little as it was. "Would you recognize him? Or help an artist draw a sketch?" Disappointment washed through Ariana. "I wish. Rita was really secretive about his identity. Jared might have only been a name she made up so she could tell us about him. We don't know more than we've told you." Detective Rojas turned to Leah. "Did you ever see a picture?" "No. I always thought he was married," Leah said. "Someone high profile. Why else would she be so secretive with us?" The detective made notes before putting her tablet away. "If you two think of anything else, no matter how small, call or text me. I gave you my card, right?" "Yes," Ariana said. The detective showed them out. Boone's car pulled up to the curb. As soon as he stepped onto the sidewalk, he glowered at them. They hurried in the opposite direction, but he caught up with them, his hands balled. "How dare you call the police?" Ariana narrowed her eyes. "Because she's our friend, and we're worried about her. And she's my wife. It's up to me to make that call." "You don't own her," Leah said. Boone glared at her, then Ariana. "You two need to stay out of this, or else. It doesn't concern you." "Or else what?" Ari demanded. "Just watch your backs. You'll regret ever crossing me." He stormed toward the house. Chapter 5. Damon moved the bedroom curtains aside and looked across the dark street. Boone's car hadn't returned. His wife was missing, and he'd taken off as if it was just another evening. Unbelievable. If Ariana went missing, nobody could stop Damon from searching until he found her. They'd have to sedate him to get him to stop. Anything else would be off the table. It seemed everyone else was more concerned about Rita than her own husband was. He, Ariana, Leah, and Charles had spent the entire evening contacting people to see if they'd heard from Rita. 2 hours ago, long after their friends had gone home, Damon finally convinced Ariana to go to bed. Now Damon was the one who couldn't rest. Staring at the empty driveway across the street only made his nervous energy worse. All he wanted was to give Boone an earful once he returned home for the night. If he came back. No way Damon would ignore the man's threat to Ariana and Leah. Given the sorry state of Boone and Rita's marriage, Damon wouldn't be surprised if she had left him. Rita was a powerhouse of a personality. He couldn't believe she'd put up with Boone's garbage for as long as she had. But while her leaving made sense, not telling Ari and Leah about it was out of character. It also didn't explain her not showing up to work. The restaurant was everything to her. That and her friendship with Ariana and Leah. The three women treasured their time together. There was no way Rita had gone away on her own without telling her friends. They were right about that much. Damon checked on Ari, who was still sleeping, and returned to his post at the window. Still no car. Boone reminded Damon too much of his father. May his soul never rest in peace. Cal Jones also had spent most of his adult life at work, or at least that had been the story he'd told. When the truth had come out, his actual career had come to light. Criminal mastermind. In addition to everything else he'd done, he had murdered Damon's mom in cold blood. Spent years abusing both her and Damon. He'd gone after Ariana's family because her dad was getting too close to the truth. The irony of Damon and Ari's relationship was never lost on him. The Mercers should have hated him because of his father, but they'd taken him under their wing when he became an orphan in high school. One parent dead, and the other in prison for life. Then both parents dead. Damon shoved aside the thoughts of his father. The man didn't deserve a moment of his attention. He glanced down the street one more time before releasing the curtain. Time to get some sleep. Confronting Boone would have to wait until tomorrow. Damon had taken only 3 steps before a car engine sounded down the street. It couldn't be Boone, could it? Damon leaped back to the window, shoved the curtains aside again. Boone's car pulled into his driveway across the street. Damon blinked a few times, hardly able to believe his eyes. This was his chance. He raced across the room, vaulted down the stairs, and flew across the entry, barely taking time to close the front door. Didn't want to miss Boone. Beep, beep. Boone's car alarm. Damon's foot slid on the freshly watered grass. He regained his balance just in time for his other foot to hit a sprinkler that hadn't retracted into the ground. Boone traipsed up one step after another across the road. May as well have been miles away. Damon regained his balance and sped up, closed the distance. Boone stopped at the front door, dug into his pockets. Damon reached the driveway, then the steps. Jingle. Boone was unlocking the door. "Wait," Damon called. Boone spun around. The porch light illuminated the surprise in his eyes. He tensed. "We need to talk." Damon pretended he wasn't trying to catch his breath. "What do you need?" Boone scowled, his disdain seething through his tone. "Do you really have to ask?" "Are you referring to me telling your wife to mind her own business?" Boone asked. "It sounds like you told her more than that." Boone's brows drew together. "I told her and Leah there was nothing to worry about. And they called the cops anyway. It was my call to make. Did you threaten my wife? No. Boone stared him down. Are you sure? Damon took a step closer, anger swirling in his chest. I told them to mind their own business, like I said. You didn't say, or else, or tell them to watch their backs. Damon struggled to keep his composure, to keep his voice even. He balled his fists. I can't remember my exact words. It's been a hell of a day, as I'm sure you can imagine. My house crawling with cops and all of that. Not to mention, your wife is missing? She's taken off for a weekend getaway before. That's all this is. Ariana hasn't ever done that? Not without telling me. Guess Rita doesn't feel like she needs to ask my permission for things like this. Boone shrugged and turned toward his door. Everything took on a red hue. Damon inched closer, raising his fists. Boone stepped to the side and gestured toward his doorbell. Sure you want to get this on video? Wave to the camera. Damon didn't lower his arm or take his attention off Boone. Ari tells me where she's going because we respect each other. She wouldn't want me worrying, like she's worried about Rita now. To each their own. I need to go inside now and get some sleep. You should do the same. Wouldn't want your wife worrying. Boone smirked. Why aren't you worried about Rita? Nobody who expected to see her today did, or even heard from her. Boone stared Damon down. Don't tell me how to run my marriage. In fact, don't tell me what to do about anything. Now leave my property before I call the police. If you hurt Ariana, she has nothing to worry about. If she stays out of my business. Boone opened the door and stepped inside. You have 5 seconds to get off my property before I make that call. Damon flipped him the bird. You're the one who needs to watch your back. Boone waved to him. Damon stormed across the street. Chapter 6. Ariana bolted upright in bed. The sheets and blankets tangled around her legs. She gasped for air and pulled hair from her face, looked around the room. Damon was sprawled out next to her, completely uncovered and snoring lightly. She was in her bedroom. Safe. The dream had felt so real. Still felt real. It had been real when she was 11. Lloyd had taken her from the ball pit and locked her in that creepy room. Tried to convince her she was someone else, someone long dead. Then, after she'd upset him, he threw her into the plain, empty room. That had been worse than being in the creepy one. But that wasn't the worst of it. Then he brought her to the woods to kill her. Failed. Barely. She closed her eyes, buried her face in her palms. Tears stung, and a lump nearly exploded in her throat. She gave in to the overwhelming feelings and cried into her pillow to keep from waking Damon. Couldn't let him know she was still dealing with nightmares. It had been years since she'd had one about the kidnapping. She'd been a teenager the last time. Now here she was at 25, as scared as if she were the stolen 11-year-old again. But why? Then it hit her. Rita. The dream was because her friend was missing. Ari was safe, but Rita was not. Had there been any news overnight? Ariana grabbed her phone from the nightstand, fumbled to find the notifications. Nothing. She checked Rita's social media profiles. No new updates. Not from Rita, at least. Dozens of people sharing well wishes and praying for her safety had tagged her in their posts. None of those messages were from Boone. Her husband hadn't posted a thing. Didn't he realize that looked suspicious? Especially considering he'd threatened Ari and Leah to stop looking for Rita. Like that would happen. She would hit it all the harder come daylight. It was just before 4. She should get some more sleep. And hope for no more nightmares. No. This was just a response to her fear about Rita's safety. There was no reason she would fall back into that habit again. She wouldn't. Damon rolled over, his eyes fluttering. He smiled, then it faded. Is something wrong? She put her phone away. Just looking for updates from Rita. Any news? No. She collapsed onto her pillow. He pulled her close. We'll find her. You don't know that. We have to stay positive. Think of all we've been through and survived. Rita's a fighter, too. She'll come back home. Ari sighed. But where is she? And why doesn't Boone care? I wish I knew. Boone's response makes no sense. If anything happened to you, I'd be fighting nonstop to find you. He has to know something. Damon didn't respond. You agree. I hope he's not involved, but he isn't giving us reason to trust his innocence. She sighed. What are we going to do? Are you worried about his threats? I'm worried about Rita. He rubbed her arm. That doesn't answer my question. Does he make you feel unsafe? Ari's stomach churned acid. It isn't like I'm going to stop trying to find her. He'll just have to deal with that. We need to tell the police what he said to you. No, she said. That'll only upset him more. I'm planning to just stay out of his way. He's all talk and no action. He's probably already focused on his girlfriend and has forgotten about Rita. We need to officially document what he said, Damon said. That way, if he does try something stupid, the cops would already be aware of the possibility of trouble. I don't want to think about him anymore. He's going to be a problem if we don't. Why don't we see what Leah thinks? Ariana asked. He threatened her, too. I don't want to wait long. Ask her first thing in the morning. I will. Damon kissed her cheek. Ari closed her eyes and tried to fall back asleep, but a flurry of images plagued her, made her heart pound and her mind race. Images of Rita, beaten and bloody. Damon's breathing slowed and soon turned to the rhythmic pattern of a sound rest. If only it were that easy for her. He'd been through so much in his life, too, and yet could sleep without nightmares. Why couldn't she? Maybe she could. Ari matched her breathing with Damon's, watched his chest move up and down. Couldn't get tired. His arm slid off her and onto the mattress. She waited a few beats before scooting away and slowly getting out of bed. He didn't flinch. Holding her breath, Ari tiptoed to the window overlooking the street and peeked through the blinds. The lights on Boone's car flashed on and off. The engine started. A light from an upstairs window went dark. He'd set his car to warm up and was getting ready to leave. At this hour? He was an executive at an app developing company. There was no reason for him to go to work this early. He could only be going to one place. To Rita. A light turned on in a window next to the front door. She needed to follow him. Ariana threw on a hoodie and joggers, raced out of the room as quietly as possible, slid on a pair of shoes and watched Boone lock his front door, pulled her hood over her head, tightened it, grabbed her purse, headed outside. In all the commotion from Rita's disappearance, she'd left her car in the driveway. Good. Wouldn't have to worry about the garage door waking Damon when she left. Ari hid behind a tree, waited, watched him get into the car. She remotely unlocked her car. Once he'd pulled onto the street, she darted into hers, barely waited for the engine to turn over before pulling out too. Stayed far enough behind not to draw suspicion. She waved to the night security guard at the gate, keeping her attention on Boone. He turned left. So did she. Would he lead her to Rita? Or would he see her following him and make good on his threat? Chapter 7. Damon rolled over and felt for Ariana. Her side of the bed was empty, cold. She'd gotten up some time ago, probably unable to sleep because of Rita's disappearance. Not that he could blame her. His own dreams had been plagued with images of what Boone could have done to her. Locked her up somewhere, tied her up, even killed her. The last thought made his blood turn to ice. It was a known fact that when a woman disappeared, it was usually the husband or boyfriend. That had been the case with his own parents. Was Boone guilty of the same crime? Or was Damon merely projecting the trauma of his past onto Rita's situation? The reminder of his mom's horrible demise made his stomach lurch. Rita's disappearance brought back more than he wanted to think about. Some things never left you. Time definitely didn't make them any easier. Images of his mom swirled in his mind. She'd been the one person he'd been able to count on, and she'd been taken from him, in the most brutal way possible, by the one man who should have protected her, should have protected them. Anger gripped him, squeezed his chest, pulsated through his veins. Thankfully, Cal Jones had gotten what he deserved in the end. His suicide hadn't been self-inflicted. No way. Damon's dad wouldn't have taken his own life. He'd received a dose of his own medicine when he was murdered. It gave Damon more satisfaction than he'd ever admitted out loud, imagining the fear his father must have felt at the end. After what he'd done to his own wife, and so many others, he'd had it coming. It was better justice than the system could have ever doled out. Life in prison, or even death row, would have been too kind. Damon splashed his face with cold water and shoved those thoughts aside. He needed to join Ariana downstairs and figure out their next step. With any luck, Leah would agree with him about reporting Boone's threat to the police. And if the police didn't deal with him, Damon would. Just the thought of Boone threatening his wife made his pulse rush in his ears and lit a fire in his gut. Everything took on a red hue. Breathe. He struggled to take full, deep breaths. Everything caught in his chest. Then he counted to 10. 20. All the way to 100. This was getting him nowhere. Damon stormed over to the window and looked across the street, his hands balling into fists. Boone's car was gone. Good. Now he and Ariana could have a pleasant morning without worrying about him. Well, as pleasant as possible, considering one of her best friends was missing. He started to step away from the window, but something caught his attention. Ariana's car wasn't in the driveway. They hardly ever parked in the garage when the weather was nice. Crime was rare in the neighborhood. Until this current mess, that is. Had she parked her car in there last night due to the stress? He raced downstairs and flung open the door to the garage. Empty. He called her. Voicemail. He didn't bother leaving a message. Texted her. Waited. Nothing. Come on, Ari. Don't do this to me. He raced back up to the bedroom, threw on some jeans, shoved a ball cap over his messy hair, raced outside to his car, and made his way to the gate. The security guard waved him to go through. Damon stopped anyway. Do you know what time my wife left? An hour ago? It was pretty early. Right after that Walker guy left. She followed Boone out? The guard shrugged. Can't speak to her motives, but she did leave just after him. Damon knew her motivation. As he pulled out of the neighborhood, Damon called Ariana. Voicemail again. At a stoplight, he texted her. The chances of him finding her were slim to none. She could have gone anywhere, taken any turn. But that wouldn't stop him from looking. The town wasn't that big. Unless she'd followed Boone to the place where he worked. That actually made sense. He was a workaholic. Rita complained about his early mornings and late nights. That was a big part of the reason she opened the bar and grill. It not only got her mind off her marriage, it also gave her the social interactions she needed. Damon struggled to think what company Boone worked for. Could only remember the company developed apps, and that Boone was a big shot there, an executive or something. If only Damon had paid more attention to his neighbor's ramblings. Ariana could be in his building at this very moment. She was bold enough to confront him alone in his own territory. And with Rita missing, she was less likely to be concerned about her own well-being. He would kill the man if he so much as touched Ari. Damon squeezed the steering wheel, focused on the road. Boone wouldn't be that stupid. Plus, Ariana had taken years of martial arts and other self-defense classes. Her dad was a cop and had taught her everything he knew to keep her safe. She could probably do more damage to Boone than he could inflict on her. Maybe. Who knew what kind of training or weapons Boone had? His phone alerted him of an incoming text. Ariana. Didn't expect you to be up so early. I'm fine. Be home soon. Sorry to worry you. She didn't want to worry him? He called her. Voicemail again. Damon returned her text, asking where she was. She repeated that she'd be home soon. Nothing more. He pulled over, hardly able to focus on driving. Then he texted her a message that was sure to get her attention. Why are you following Boone? Chapter 8. Ariana stared at the text. Damon knew she was following Boone. How'd he figure that out? She sat in her car across the street from the house Boone had gone into a full hour earlier. He might not notice her car by itself, but if Damon pulled up in his, their neighbor would surely recognize the two together. Another text came in. Damon repeated his question. He wanted to know why she was following Boone. Wasn't it obvious? She sat up and glanced around the neighborhood, checked her mirrors. Didn't see him. Good. Somehow Damon had figured out she was following Boone, but he didn't know where she was. After the third text, she started tapping a response, then stopped. Considered her wording. She could easily end up worrying him if she wasn't careful. A fourth text came in. He was nothing if not persistent. It was one of the many qualities she loved him for, yet it drove her crazy at the same time. She sent a quick message. Ariana. I'm fine. Love you. Damon. Where are you? Ariana. In my car. Damon. Don't do this to me. Guilt stung. It wasn't like she was trying to keep him in the dark. She didn't want to pull him into this. If Boone caught her spying, she would deal with him herself. Damon. I'm starting to worry. Ariana. He's inside a house. I want to see if anyone comes out with him. Damon. Address? Ariana. It'll be suspicious if both our cars are out here. Damon. I don't trust him. Ariana. I'm not going to confront him. Not yet, anyway. Damon. Let me help you. Ariana. I'm just gathering information. Damon. That's the detective's job. Ariana. She's not here. I am. She could almost hear him grunt in frustration. Damon. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Ariana. Didn't want to wake you. This was going nowhere. Time for a subject change. Ariana. Want to meet for breakfast? Damon. Meet me in 5. Ariana. Regular place? Damon. Yep. See you then. She hadn't technically agreed to see him in 5 minutes, so she could be late without feeling bad. Damon. 5 minutes? The man was a mind reader. Ariana. Love you. Damon. Ari. Ariana. See you there. He wasn't the only one who could be persistent. She wouldn't agree to 5 minutes if she couldn't keep her word. That was honorable. 5 minutes ticked by. She couldn't leave Damon waiting forever. On the other hand, Boone could step out of the house at any moment. Whoever he was with could answer a lot of her questions, especially if it was a woman. Another minute passed. Damon would text soon. The front door opened. Ari's breath hitched. She slunk down, watching the house through the side window. Boone stepped outside, blocked the person inside. She struggled to see, unable to get a better angle without leaving or moving the car. He stepped to the side to reveal a woman in a purple silk bathrobe. Bingo. A woman that wasn't Rita. She kissed him on the lips. It lingered well past the point of being a friendly peck. Ariana pulled out her phone and snapped 2 pictures before Rita's husband and the barely dressed woman pulled apart. They were brazen, kissing on her porch, not even trying to hide their affair. Boone spoke, waving his hands wildly, before heading to his car in the woman's driveway. Ari took more photos, zooming in to capture a close-up of both of them and the house address. She would leave no room for doubt. It had been Boone kissing that woman. She got another close-up of the lady's face before she closed the door. Her phone rang. Ariana slunk all the way down in her seat as Boone drove past. She accepted the call. I'm on my way. You sure? Damon asked. Yes, I got held up because Boone left the house and kissed some other woman. I got pictures. What are you going to do with those? Show them to the detective. Ariana peeked out to make sure Boone's car wasn't in sight. Then she started her engine. Did you already get a table? Yes, and I have my coffee. Order my usual. I'll be there in a few. They said goodbye, and Ariana's mind raced as she drove. The police couldn't ignore the photos. Proof that Boone had motive in Rita's disappearance. Since he was seeing someone else, he had reason to want his wife out of the picture. Men had done less to their wives when wanting out of a marriage. But what had he done to Rita? Was she still alive? Those were questions that would take far more spying to answer. After she parked at the restaurant, Ariana texted a few of the best photos to the detective. She could give her the rest if the detective needed more proof. It likely wouldn't be enough to get him arrested, but they should be able to bring him in for questioning. Hold him for a while. Press the two-timing potential kidnapper for answers. Nail him as the primary suspect. Maybe Ariana should have pursued a career in detective work. No, she didn't want more stress. Writing books, podcasting, and speaking was how she reached victims before they became victims. The skills she and Damon spoke about had already helped women and girls avoid abductions. This was the work she was meant for. Even if it hadn't helped her friend. And it gave her more free time. If she had become a policewoman, she wouldn't be able to have spur-of-the-moment breakfasts with Damon, like the one she was about to enjoy. She stepped out of the car and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. It smelled of victory. A hand grasped her arm, hard. Ariana turned. Boone. Blood drained from her head. He squeezed hard enough to leave marks. You think I didn't see you at her house? What are you talking about? Ariana asked, trying to keep her tone light. Boone stepped closer, and their noses almost touched. She could smell the woman's flowery perfume on him. Don't play coy with me, he snarled. I warned you. What did you do to Rita? His brows furrowed. Nothing. She didn't leave on her own. Whether or not she did, I had nothing to do with it. Ariana yanked her arm, didn't pull free. You sure aren't concerned for her safety. Like I already told you, this is nothing new. You may think you know Rita, but you don't. She knows how to put on a good act. She's probably relishing the attention. Let go of me. He didn't. You need to drop this. Understood? This could be considered assault. His nostrils flared, but he released her. You have nothing on me. Unless the restaurant has cameras. Boone looked around before turning back to her. Speaking of that, give me your phone. Excuse me? Hand it over. We both know you took pictures. Did I? She asked. He squeezed so hard her knees buckled. She punched him in the gut, though it did little good. You ready to comply yet? Boone sneered. Let go of me first, then I'll delete the pictures. But you're not touching my phone. He shoved her against the car before letting go. Don't try anything funny. Wouldn't dream of it. She rubbed her arm before pulling out her phone and going to the Photos app, careful not to let him see the text she'd sent to the detective. Hurry up. She held the phone up so he could see her delete the first image. He leaned in closer. How many did you take? I'm thorough. Too bad it won't get you anywhere. That was yet to be seen. Boone didn't budge until she deleted all the pictures of him and his mistress. She wasn't sure if the images had already been backed up on the cloud, but what other choice did she have? Ariana stepped back, rubbing her arm again. Is this how you treat Rita when nobody's looking? You know her so well. Why don't you tell me? Never come near me again. Ariana backed away, or I'll file a restraining order. I'm far more powerful than you realize. You're an app developer. I'm going to be the head CEO soon. You don't want to mess with me. Then you'd better tell me where Rita is. She didn't tell me where she went. For all I know, you and her are in this together to set me up. She hates me, and sending me to jail for her disappearance would be a lot easier than getting a divorce, especially with our prenup. She doesn't walk away with squat if we divorce. And I have proof of an affair. You think this is about money? Ariana exclaimed. Everything is about money. Money is power. Remember that. He walked away. Ariana tried to text the detective, but her hands shook so hard she dropped the phone on the pavement. Boone was definitely guilty. It was just a matter of proving it. Chapter 9. Ariana sipped her coffee, holding it with both hands. That didn't keep it from shaking. What's wrong? Damon asked. She set the mug down slowly, holding it steady. Other than my best friend being missing and her husband having a reason to kill her? I mean, did something else happen? You seem even more upset now. Ariana looked away. What happened? The server arrived with their meals. Ari's favorite food barely looked appealing. She thanked the server and asked a few random questions about the menu, hoping to distract Damon. After the server left, he turned back to Ariana. Did you confront Boone? No. Then what? Damon asked. He didn't confront you, did he? I don't want to talk about it. His face flushed red. What did Boone do? Ariana's face heated. She hated to tell him, but they didn't keep secrets. Ever. She took a deep breath. He caught me following him. And? He expressed his desire for me to stop. I'll bet. She nodded and dug into her food. Could barely taste it. Is that all you're going to tell me? He asked. He also made me delete the photos from my phone. Made you? Damon's mouth formed a straight line. It doesn't matter. She shrugged like it was no big deal. I already texted the most incriminating ones to the detective. I don't like this. He's a jerk. We already knew that. I don't think you should follow him anymore. We need to be in this together. She could hardly disagree after the way Boone acted in the parking lot. You're right. I just didn't want to wake you. But next time I will. Thank you. Damon's expression softened. I don't trust that man farther than I could throw a truck. He's definitely hiding something. She took a bite of food, and this time it had a little flavor. Should we call your dad and ask him what to do? Maybe, Ari said, and sipped her coffee. Not that she needed any energy it could offer. She was already buzzed. But at least she'd distracted Damon from asking more about Boone. It was too embarrassing to talk about. He finished his meal before Ariana was halfway through hers. I'm going to call your dad. He'll know what to do. She couldn't argue with that. He knew more about how to solve kidnappings than almost anyone. It had all started with Ari's own abduction, and it had grown into an obsession from there. He'd started a blog on the topic that had exploded in popularity and eventually led to him becoming a police detective. Ariana picked at her food while listening to Damon's side of the conversation. She could imagine what her dad was saying on the other end. She'd picked up plenty along the way as Alex Mercer's daughter. He had brought his work home with him more often than not, and despite trying to shelter her, she'd learned a lot. The work had seemed exciting, which was why she had initially gone into pre-law in college. She was much happier with the path she'd chosen, but it hadn't stopped her from landing right where she was, with her best friend kidnapped. Ari and Damon had spent so much time writing their books and preparing their podcasts and interviews that they hadn't done enough for the people they loved. Guilt seared through her, squeezing her throat. If only she'd done more, Rita might not be missing. She needed to make sure nobody else in her life got abducted ever again. But how? Give out free copies of her and Damon's books? Offer classes in her home? Verbally vomit information on friends and acquaintances whether or not they wanted it? If that was what it took, she'd do all of that, and more. Her phone rang. Probably the detective. Maybe Boone, wanting to add more to his threats. She checked her screen. Leah. Had she heard something about Rita? Ariana fumbled to answer the call. Did you hear from her? I wish, Leah said. Charles and I are going to the bar and grill to ask more questions. Want to join us? Yes. Damon and I are just finishing breakfast. We'll meet you there. Perfect. Are you okay? Our best friend is missing, so no. Is anything else bothering you? Leah asked. You sound shaken. Was she always so easy to read? Are you okay, sweetie? Leah asked. We'll talk later. Is everything okay between you and Damon? It has nothing to do with him. It's about Boone. Tell me everything. In person. Okay, Leah said. Charles and I are going to leave in about 5 or 10 minutes. They said goodbye, and Damon ended his call at the same time. What did my dad say? Ariana asked. He's going to make a blog post and call the detective on the case here in town. We need to send him some pictures of Rita for his post. On it. Ariana found the texting thread with her dad and sent him some of the clearest photos she could find. Who were you talking to? Damon asked. She caught him up on her conversation with Leah as she answered some questions her dad texted her. 10 minutes later, they were on the road in their separate cars. When she pulled into the bar and grill, their friends were already there. Leah ran over and embraced Ari. What happened? She told her about Boone's mistress, then gave as few details as possible about the confrontation in the restaurant parking lot. Leah's brows furrowed, and she called him some colorful names. Ariana didn't disagree. The four of them split up and asked the employees what they knew about Rita and when they'd last seen her. Most said they'd already told the police everything. None had anything new or helpful to share. She had disappeared without a trace. But there was always a clue somewhere. They'd find it if they looked hard enough. It was just a matter of finding the clue. Dad's determination was the reason he had such a high success rate. And he often said that she was even more stubborn than he was. Ariana went to the employees' lounge and looked around. No signs pointing to Rita. The room had 2 couches, a long table, a sink, and lockers, all closed. A server came in and slunk down on the sofa. "Do you know which locker is Rita's?" Ariana asked. The girl pointed to one. "Thanks." Ariana pulled on the handle. It opened. "I'm pretty sure the cops already went through it," said the server. "They aren't her best friend." True. Ariana rifled through Rita's things, not finding anything unusual. A change of clothes, a makeup bag, a romance novel, and feminine products. "Find anything?" asked the server. "No, but thanks for your help." Ariana started to head back to the dining area, but stopped at the door to the employee parking lot. She went outside and took in the small gravel lot. It had about a dozen cars and skid marks. She snapped several pictures of the lot, even though she had already taken some of the gravel before. The marks had been driven over numerous times from the looks of it. Now to look around some more. Ari tried to put herself in Rita's shoes. It would have been dark when she'd stepped out into the parking lot. She'd have either been alone or with just one other employee. Rita often stayed late trying to avoid Boone at home, not that he was there often. Had he confronted her here in the lot, like he'd done with Ari at the other restaurant? She started toward the road, but noticed some marks in the grass off to the side. Some blades of grass were broken, and the dirt was disturbed. A few holes dug into the ground, like someone had stabbed it with a stick. Or the heel of a pump. Rita loved fancy footwear and often wore pumps. Ariana took more pictures and glanced around. More of the same markings headed away from the building. Her pulse drummed in her ears as she followed the path. It led her to a playground. Maybe this was a wild goose chase. The marks in the ground were probably from a mom who'd taken her kid to play after eating at the restaurant. Rita wouldn't come to a park. Ari glanced around. The marks led to a rock climbing wall. Rita definitely hadn't gone up that. Dead end. Heart sinking, she turned back toward the restaurant. Something bright caught her attention underneath a bush. She shielded her eyes. Whatever it was reflected the sun. The strap of a shoe. Ariana recognized that strappy red pump. It was Rita's. Chapter 10. Pain shot through the left side of Rita's neck. She moaned and rubbed the spot, tried to turn her head. More blinding agony. She opened her eyes. Darkness. How long had she been asleep? Was this a hangover? She and her boyfriend often acted like stupid teenagers and got drunk when they spent time together. It was idiotic, but at least it got her mind off her miserable marriage, the worst decision of her life. How had she not seen through Boone before the wedding? Not that it mattered. Right now, she needed water and a handful of ibuprofen. Rita sat up. Tried to, anyway. Something prevented her from getting up. Ropes. They wrapped around her arms, just above her elbows, and at her knees. Fabric covered her eyes. Gasping, she pulled it off. The room was bright after having been blindfolded, but it was dim from the black curtains. Light streamed from above them, indicating it was daytime. The walls were as bare as the bed underneath her. Couldn't see much more without sitting up. Rita struggled to free herself from the ropes, but they were too tight and fastened out of her reach. She struggled for a better look around the room. Didn't recognize it. Where was she? How had she gotten here? Everything came tumbling back. Leaving the restaurant. Seeing him. She choked on air. To think she'd once trusted that man. What was he going to do with her? Why did he have her tied up here? One thing was certain. She couldn't afford to wait and find out. There had to be a way out of the restraints. Out of this room. Rita struggled against the ropes. They burned, even through her clothes. Didn't loosen. Maybe she could twist them so the ties pulled to her reach. Then she could undo them and get out. Run and be free. She tugged on the rope, pulled and twisted. It didn't budge. Too tight. He really knew what he was doing. But she was smarter. She would get away, make sure he never saw the outside of a prison cell. Sweat broke out along her hairline as she fought to free herself. Her breathing grew ragged. Click, click. Rita froze, lifted her head. The doorknob jiggled. Chapter 11. Ariana leaned against Leah as they watched the police scour the park for more evidence. Do you think she's okay? Leah shook. I want to believe she is, but why would one of her shoes be in the park? Just one. It doesn't make any sense. Not if she just went to see her parents, or whatever story Boone said. He's obviously lying. Yeah, Ariana said. Now we have proof. Is it enough to put him behind bars? Only if anything they find points to his guilt. Not caring about his wife isn't a crime. It should be, Leah said. Should we join the guys? Ari asked. Damon and Charles were looking in other areas around the restaurant for any other clues to Rita's whereabouts. Leah continued to shake. Part of me wants to join them, but I also want to be here if the police find more. Was her shoe bloody? Or torn? It was all a blur in Ari's mind. It was a red pump. If there was any blood, I didn't notice. But it was her shoe. You're sure? 100%. I remember her showing them off after she bought them. She loves those heels. You don't think it could be a coincidence? Leah asked. That someone else lost a similar shoe? The day after she disappeared? In the park right by her restaurant? No. Leah sighed. This sucks. I wish she'd answer her phone. You and me both. We have to do something. Let's join the guys, Ari said. Leah's glance lingered on the police in the park. Okay, at least we'll be doing something. I can't just stand here another moment. They made their way down the road to the other side of the bar and grill. 2 officers were looking around the employee parking lot. There were so many police on this now, it had to be the town's entire force. Either that, or they'd called for backup. Finally, they were taking the case seriously. Damon and Charles were in the parking lot of a few small specialty stores. Find anything? Leah asked them. Nothing, Damon said. It would appear that Rita didn't come this way. Maybe Leah and I should look, Ariana said. We'd be more likely to notice something belonging to her. Have at it. Ariana and Leah split up, looking high and low. Any luck? Ari asked as they met up again. Leah shook her head no. What should we do next? Charles asked. Damon glanced toward the restaurant. I'm curious if the police have found anything. They headed back toward the park. "I wonder if they've contacted Boone about this," Ariana said. "Not like he would care," Leah quipped. "But his reaction would tell them a lot." "Like that he's guilty," Leah said. Damon put his arm around Ariana. "Which reminds me, we need to tell them about Boone's threats." Ariana groaned. "And give him more reason to threaten us? He lives across the street. He can make our lives miserable." "And we can do the same," Damon said. "If we don't tell the police, then I'm going to take matters into my own hands. And I can't guarantee how that's going to turn out." "I'll join you," Charles said. "We don't need you menfolk defending our honor," Leah said, rolling her eyes. "We can stand up for ourselves." "He confronted Ariana in that parking lot," Damon snapped. "And I'm still in one piece," Ari said. "You were badly shaken." "A little." Damon frowned. "He's right," Charles said. "We need to report his threats to you two. I didn't think much of what he said to you two last night because he's Boone. But he needs to know he can't get away with threatening any of us." Ariana exchanged a look with Leah. "What do you think?" "It's going to piss him off," she said. "I say we report him. He might get so flustered he'll slip up. Tell us where he's keeping her." "That's true." Ariana's heart raced as they made their way back to the park. She hated admitting to the police how she'd gotten herself into that situation, but they needed to know what Boone was doing. She flagged down Detective Rojas and told her the entire story. The detective took notes while listening, then held Ariana's gaze. "You need to stay away from him, and let us do our jobs. Unless you're an officer, don't act like one. There are plenty of things you can do as her friend." "Like what?" Leah asked. "Get the word out. You'd be surprised how many cases social media has helped with in recent years, by reaching someone who knew something that led us to solving a case." "No, I'm not surprised," Ariana said. "That's why I've been posting and reposting. I know how the algorithms work." "Oh," said the detective. "Well, good. Do you have other ideas?" Ari nodded. "We need to put together a vigil. I was already thinking about bringing that up with Leah." "Perfect. Focus on that and let us do our jobs." Detective Rojas glanced back toward the park. "I need to get back. If you find anything else useful, contact me right away." She headed across the street. "What should we do?" Leah asked. "Start planning a vigil," Ariana said. "My dad already posted about Rita on his missing persons blog. It gets tons of hits, so we have that going for us. But a social media page would be good. Most of our friends would be more likely to see that than a blog." Damon put his arm around Ari. "We could mention that on our podcast." "We aren't a true crime podcast." "No, but we're close enough. We teach women how to protect themselves from getting abducted. Our listeners would be interested in this, in helping to find Rita." Ariana frowned. "We've spent so much time helping others avoid kidnappings, but we weren't able to help our friend from getting abducted. Our listeners will think we're frauds." "That's imposter syndrome talking," Charles said. "Rita left her shoe. That might have been on purpose. She might not have done that if not for all your efforts to teach safety." "I should have done more," Ari said. "You couldn't have. There's no way to guess that her husband was capable of something so horrific." "Then it's settled," Leah said. "You two put out a podcast. and Charles and I will set up the vigil." "What about the social media page?" Damon asked. "That's where we'll organize the vigil," Charles said. "I'll set that up. You guys focus on the bonus podcast episode." "Let's meet in 2 hours," Ariana said. "We'll see how much progress we've made." But would any of it do any good if it didn't convince Boone to turn himself in? Chapter 12. Damon removed the headphones and breathed a sigh of relief. It had been difficult talking about Rita's disappearance, and he wasn't sure how much good the podcast would do in finding her. People listened to them from around the world, so most listeners wouldn't be able to help their friend. But then again, it was impossible to know who could have a crucial detail. If nothing else, it would show their listeners the importance of their work, teaching personal safety, not only preventing abductions and attacks, but also escaping them. Hopefully, Rita had listened to some of what he and Ariana had shared before she disappeared. Then, if she was still alive, she stood a chance at finding her own freedom. "I think we did good," Ari said. "Are there any parts you want to re-record or fix?" "No. We should do minimal editing, so we can get the word out there as soon as possible." "Perfect. Why don't you work on that while I give my dad a call? He'll probably have more ideas. His whole life is about finding missing people." "Sounds good." He gave her a quick kiss, and she left their soundproof studio. He played back their podcast recording and made a few minor tweaks. It wasn't perfect, but they'd gotten through it with minimal errors. Then he uploaded the episode and hoped for the best. Downstairs, Ariana sat on the couch in the living room, tapping on her laptop. The local news was on the TV, but they weren't talking about Rita. "Any news?" he asked. "No. I'm reading the posts on the Find Rita page that Leah and Charles made." "Anything useful?" he asked. "No clues, but people are interested in attending the vigil." "Good. That'll bring even more attention to the case. Do you think the news will cover it?" "I hope so," she said. "I've already tagged some newscasters in hopes they'll take the hint. Ding dong. That must be Leah and Charles." Damon hurried for the door. It wasn't them. Boone stood there, arms crossed and glowering. "You have some nerve, Jones." "Excuse me?" Damon asked. "Telling that detective I threatened your wife?" "Because you did. And you told her you think I'm having an affair." "You are." Boone stared him down. "Just so you know, I can play that game too." "What game?" "I gave her my doorbell cam footage." Boone's brows furrowed. Damon's stomach knotted. "Of what?" "What do you think? Of you threatening me." "What?" Ariana appeared at his side, concern in her eyes. Damon turned his attention back to Boone. "You have some imagination. I didn't threaten you. I told you to stay away from Ariana and Leah. Nothing more." "Explain that to the detective. I'm sure she'll be stopping by as soon as she's had ample time to look at it." "Why would she bother with that?" Damon asked. "Her focus is on finding Rita." "Maybe you had something to do with her disappearance." Boone smirked. "Does your depravity know no end?" "I'm not the one who threatened me on video," said Boone. "What are you talking about?" Ariana demanded. "Ask your husband." She turned to Damon. He kept his focus on Boone, Leave. You, more than anyone, know I had nothing to do with Rita's disappearance. How would I know? Damon clenched his fists. Ariana stepped between him and Boone. You're the one who should be worried. You don't even care that your wife is missing, and then you go visit your girlfriend. You shouldn't have been following me, Boone said. Rita's your wife. You should be more concerned about her than me, but you don't even care. Damon rested his hands on Ariana's shoulders. Let's go inside. Boone is leaving. She shook free of his hold. What did you do to Rita? Nothing, Boone said. I have no idea where she is. Didn't you say she went to her mom's? That you got a text from her? I spoke with her mom. Rita never showed up. Big surprise, Ariana said, her tone full of mock sarcasm. Are you worried yet? Boone's brows drew together. She's my wife. Why wouldn't I care? You tell me. He stepped closer, barely leaving any space between him and her. Damon pulled Ariana behind him. Get off our property now, before I call the cops. Tell your wife to stop following me. Damon slammed the door. Ariana turned to him. What was he talking about? You threatened him? I went over there last night and had a discussion with him. Big surprise that he's blowing it out of proportion. She put her hands on her hips. Why didn't you tell me? Especially after being upset with me for going off on my own. You were sleeping, and nothing came of it, other than Boone exaggerating. Did you say anything threatening? She asked. I told him he needs to leave you and Leah alone, or he's the one who'll need to watch his back. So you threatened him. He needed to be put in his place, Damon said. I will not stand for him threatening you two. You don't need to return an eye for an eye. He's the one in the wrong. What are we going to do if the police think you were threatening him? He has actual evidence, unless he's lying. His threats are he said, she said. He's the one in the wrong. It won't look that way to the authorities. What's done is done, Damon said. Let's just focus on finding Rita. I got the bonus episode uploaded. We should talk to Leah and Charles and find out what we can do for the vigil. Do we have time for that? It's tonight at dusk, she said, her tone flat. Are you mad at me? What do you think? I was only trying to protect you. But I can handle myself. Look where that got you. Her eyes narrowed, then she stormed up the stairs. Ariana, wait, he called. She didn't. He hurried after her. We can't let him get between us. This is what he wants, for us to argue instead of looking for Rita. You don't trust me. Of course I do. I need to be alone. Ariana, don't follow me. She raced up the rest of the steps, and a door slammed. Damon went to their workout room and took out his frustrations on the punching bag. How was it Boone had been threatening everyone, yet Ariana saw Damon as the bad guy? Chapter 13. Ariana tried to push away the memories of her own abduction, of other traumatic events she'd lived through, gotten therapy for, and moved past. Until now. With Rita missing, everything was fresh again. And for some reason, Damon was trying to act macho, like Ari was a damsel to be protected. As if. He hadn't needed a man-to-man talk with Boone. Ariana could handle herself. Couldn't he see that after all this time together? At the very least, they could have confronted their neighbor together. It was all too much. This, plus the stress of not knowing where Rita was, or if she was even alive. When she thought of what her friend must be going through, her lungs closed. Would she ever see her again? Rita was tough as nails, but even that might not be enough, depending on what Boone's plans were. No. She would survive. Ariana had survived plenty, and Rita would too. She had to. Ari had to hold on to that. In the meantime, she would do whatever it took to find her friend. At least the police had her shoe. They knew something was wrong. She hadn't just run away to spend time with her mom, as Boone claimed, and Ariana had given them the pictures of him with his mistress. He had reason to lie. They would put on the pressure, do what it took to find Rita. Hopefully before it was too late. Now she needed to focus on tonight. It wasn't much time to put together a vigil, but between Leah, Charles, Damon, and Ari, they should have enough to pull off the impossible. Not like it had to be perfect. They just needed to get as much attention on the case as possible. But first, she'd have to speak with Damon. They hardly ever had arguments like this one. Surely he could see her side. He knew how she felt about things like this. When he'd confronted Boone, he'd had to have known she wouldn't want him doing that on her behalf, that she was capable herself. That was why he'd gone over while she slept. It made her head spin. More than anything, she wanted to wrap her arms around him and let his embrace comfort her. They were a team, not in some archaic patriarchal marriage. She didn't need defending. It was maddening. Ariana found her phone and texted Leah to see how they were coming along with the vigil. She responded right away. Leah, so many people are posting and volunteering. We'll have everything we need. Several people are printing flyers and others are bringing candles. Ari, perfect. Anything Damon and I can do. Leah, keep getting the word out. I saw your podcast posted. Ari, still want us to come over soon? Leah, whenever you're ready. Ari, great. See you soon. But first, she'd have to make up with Damon. Or pretend to, for the sake of getting ready for the vigil. She went downstairs. Didn't see him in the living room or kitchen. Not in his office or in the recording studio. Then she heard the familiar pounding in the workout room. He'd picked up the habit of taking out his frustrations on the punching bag from her dad. They were two peas in a pod, those two. After Cal had been arrested, Ari's dad had become Damon's fatherly influence. Her heart ached at the thought of her parents. Usually it didn't bother her living so far away. They were close enough that they could make a trip to see them. What she wouldn't give at the moment to sit at the kitchen table she'd grown up at, though it was in a different house now, and talk about Damon over coffee with them. Mom would give her stories of arguments she and Dad had made it through, and Dad would give her what he thought was Damon's point of view. Sure, she could call and get the same stories, but it wouldn't be the same. Even with a video call, some things were better done in person. And she didn't have time anyway. Rita needed her. Which meant she had to talk to Damon and work this out on her own. She'd have to channel her parents' advice and go from there. She took a deep breath and imagined Mom telling her about one of her arguments with Dad. And they'd had some doozies over the years. There had been times when Ari never imagined they'd get back together. But they had. And if Dad was with her, he'd probably say that Damon was likely only trying to help, that he'd never have confronted Boone if he'd realized how upset it would make her. Ari's heart softened. Damon didn't have a cruel bone in his body, especially not toward her. Even though what he'd done had hurt her, that wasn't why he'd done it. And it wasn't like Ariana herself hadn't done things he didn't like. He hadn't been particularly thrilled about her following Boone, but he hadn't held it against her either. She needed to speak with him, make up, forgive him. She knocked on the door before entering their workout room. Damon turned to her after hitting the punching bag. Sweat dripped down his face, and white powder covered his hands and arms. He wiped his forehead and took a deep breath. "Everything okay?" "I'm ready to talk." "Talk." He grabbed a water bottle and downed the entire thing. "I appreciate that you wanted to talk with Boone on my behalf. But next time, can you include me in the decision?" He tossed the empty bottle into the recycle bin. "You were sleeping. I only had a minute before he went into his house and locked the door. I had to act then or not do anything at all, because he'd never open the door for me once inside." He paused. "But if I knew how upset you'd be, I wouldn't have done it. The last thing I wanted was for you to feel like I was going behind your back. I just needed to say my piece. Kind of like how I leaped at the chance to follow him." "While I was sleeping." He lifted a brow. "I think we're more alike than either of us wants to admit." "True." She stepped closer to him. "I'm sorry I got so upset, especially considering I did the same thing." He took her hands in his. "We're both worried about Rita, and we know firsthand what she's going through. But I need you to trust my intentions. I would never do anything to hurt you. Not purposefully. And nothing I do is ever because I don't think you're capable." Ariana swallowed. "I know. Like you said, we're stressed. My emotions are all over the place. I keep thinking back to when I was held against my will." Damon kissed her cheek. "Same here. It's impossible not to think about it." "You don't think we need more therapy, do we?" "I hope not. At least as long as these memories return to where they were buried after we find Rita safe and sound." "Yeah, I'm sure that's what will happen." Both of their phones made sounds alerting them of texts. She lifted a brow. "We both have a message at the same time?" "Must be important." He raced over to a shelf where his phone sat. Ariana pulled hers out of her pocket. It was from Leah. "Leah, check the news, now." Ariana's heart sank. Had they found Rita? Was she not okay? Ariana couldn't even think about the possibility. Damon turned to her, his eyes wide. Without a word, they raced to the living room, where the news was still on the TV. A local reporter spoke fast, and a photo of Rita was plastered on the screen. Ariana couldn't make sense of her words, looked down at the ticker below the reporter. Rita's car had been found in a lake. They hadn't pulled it out, and didn't know if anyone was inside. Ariana cried out. Everything spun around her. Damon wrapped his arms around her, keeping her from falling. Chapter 14. The abductor stood at the edge of the park, careful to stay out of view from those arriving to support Rita. If he'd have thought ahead, he would have realized someone might plan a vigil, that they'd make such a big deal about her disappearance. Rita's friends wouldn't sit still. If he'd been smart, he'd have put more thought into the whole thing. But there hadn't been time. He'd needed to act fast, and finding her alone in the parking lot was his chance. She had tried ending things between them. It wasn't the first time she'd threatened it. But the look in her eyes had made one thing clear. She meant business this time. The night before he'd taken her, she hadn't left room for doubt. And if he couldn't have her, nobody could. He still stood by that. Rita would not get to go on living her life as if she hadn't ruined his, smiling at her customers, hanging out with her friends as if she wasn't about to destroy his reputation. She would get none of that. No friends, no business. Not until she agreed to stay with him. Eventually, she would see the error of her ways. Unfortunately, that would take work. Now she was even more convinced they needed to end things, pissed that he'd tied her up. But she'd left him with no other choice. Given more time, she'd come to see things from his perspective. A person could only go so long without food, without sunshine, without everything they held dear. He wasn't completely cruel. Rita had all the water she wanted. He had to keep the woman alive. At least until she changed her mind. And she would, eventually. He was patient. Always had been. That was part of his problem. He was too patient, too giving. Rita had become accustomed to his kindness, his generosity. She'd thought that made him weak, that she could walk all over him, away from him. That was where she was wrong. Leaving him was not an option, not if she wanted to live. Even if it took a year or more to convince her, he would wait. She would come to her senses at some point. Meanwhile, her friends would hold these vigils and gather crowds of supporters. For all the good that would do. Nobody would find Rita. Ever. Sure, they'd found that shoe and even the car, but not her. And they wouldn't. Not in a million years. Which was how long he'd wait for her to change her mind, if it came down to that. He'd convinced her to fall in love with him in the first place. Now, it was a matter of getting her to see what she'd seen at first. They could rebuild. It would be trickier this time, granted. Now that he had her tied to a bed, locked in a room. But once she realized she depended on him for her life, she'd see him for what he was. Her savior. She needed him for everything. Without his care and concern, she would die. He would hate for that to happen. What an unnecessary tragedy that would be. All she had to do was admit they were meant to be together. That she belonged to him. She was his. She couldn't go back on that. Not on something so monumental as their love. He turned his attention back to the park. While lost in his thoughts, the crowd had tripled. So many people loved Rita, but not in the same way he loved her. They didn't provide for her. He was the only person she relied on now. Not those friends she never stopped talking about. Not anyone else. Just him. If she was agreeable later, he'd tell her all about this vigil. No. Then she'd think she could get away, that others cared as much as he did. She needed to think he was the only one who cared about her. Otherwise, she wouldn't see her need for him. And that was the truth. Nobody loved her more than he did. That was why they needed to be together. Rita couldn't be with anyone else, ever. She was his most prized possession. What made her think she could tell him no? That she could do what she wanted? She'd practically promised him they would be together for all time. That wasn't something she could go back on. She was lucky holding her in the room was all he would do to keep her. He could hurt her. Some men did that with their women. Not him. He was one of the good guys. But he wouldn't let her run free and wild like so many women did these days. Men today were such pansies, acting like they weren't in charge, handing over the reins to women, letting them think they were in charge. What a joke. Like Rita's friends and their idiot husbands, those men were an insult to the male race. Weak, pathetic. They were exactly what was wrong with this world. Men like them who worshipped feminists. Things had been so much better in the old days. It was unfortunate he and Rita hadn't been born in those times. Then, he'd have had the law on his side as he demanded obedience from his woman. Now, he had to get creative. Not that it mattered. He would continue his ways. The right ways. He'd get what he wanted one way or another. However, he wouldn't wait forever for her to realize how things were. If she wouldn't comply on her own, he'd force her hand. But he'd give her the benefit of the doubt for now. Give her the chance to make the right decision on her own. Just had to wait it out. Extend her enough time to realize her misbeliefs. Acknowledge that she actually needed him, and that she'd be so much happier once she gave up her own notions and relied on him for her happiness and survival. Then he'd let her free from her restraints. Maybe even let her out of the room. But she'd have to prove herself first. And that would take time. A lot of it. That woman was too independent. Had too much of modern society in her head. Brainwashed, like so many these days. The problem was the men who supported the notions. Like all the losers gathered here at this park. They all needed to be taken out. He'd gladly do it himself, but that would take too much effort. Besides, he didn't require society to change. All he wanted was for his woman to fall in line. She was the only one who mattered. The rest of the world could go to hell for all he cared. Chapter 15. Ariana took in the growing crowd. The entire park was almost filled, and it was still a few minutes before the official start time. News crews mingled with the supporters. Stars twinkled overhead in the orange and pink sky. Several of their neighbors handed out candles, while others passed around flyers with Rita's smiling face and pertinent information about her. Yet there were few who didn't know her. Her restaurant was one of the most popular places in town, and she loved greeting every customer personally. It was no wonder so many had shown up. Everybody loved her, and for good reason. She loved them too. made sure they received the best service and best food possible. Tears stung Ariana's eyes. Rita didn't deserve whatever was happening to her. But at least her car had been empty. The good news had come in just before she and Damon left for the park. That gave them all hope that she was still alive. Somewhere. Yet that didn't bring them any closer to finding her. She scanned the crowd for Boone. Surely he wouldn't miss this event. If nothing else, it would make him look like he cared. Not that he did. Everything pointed to him being the person behind Rita's abduction. And what else could have happened to her? One of her shoes had been left behind at the playground near her work, and her empty car had been dumped into a lake. Boone was one cruel and sadistic man. What would it take for him to admit to what he'd done? To have mercy on Rita and let her go? Perhaps if he showed up at the vigil and saw how many people cared and worried about her, he'd relent. Ariana found Leah. "Have you seen Boone?" "That jerk? No. He's probably afraid everyone will figure out he did it." "But he's been so insistent on proving that he's a good husband. He has to show up." "People are on to him," Leah said. "Have you read the comments on the Find Rita page?" "Not yet." "I don't know where he stands with the police, but he's the #1 suspect according to public opinion." Ariana glanced around again. "Do you think the pressure will convince him to turn himself in?" "Doubtful. He loves riding on his high horse. He's going to do what it takes to prove his innocence." "Good luck with that, especially when he's so clearly guilty." Leah checked the time. "We should start soon. You ready with your speech?" Should I have written something down? I was going to speak from the heart. All the better. Maybe I'll do that too. She stopped suddenly, her mouth gaping as she looked beyond Ariana. Ari spun around, trying to see what had her friend spooked. "What?" "He's here." "Boone?" "Yeah. Look." "I am," Ari said. "I don't see him." Leah grabbed Ariana's arm. "Let's go talk to him." "I don't think that's a good idea." "What's he going to do with so many people around?" Leah asked. "This is our best chance to say what's on our minds." "Like you said, the vigil is about to start. We need to focus on inspiring people to search for Rita." Leah frowned. "I suppose you're right." "Of course I am." "I'm going to keep my eye on him." "So am I." Damon and Charles came over to them. "We should get this started," Charles said, "before it gets too dark." "I agree," Leah said, still glancing Boone's way. "Do you have the bullhorn?" "Right here." He handed it to her. Leah marched to the platform, usually used by bands and performers. It squealed as she turned it on, capturing everyone's attention. Damon put his arm around Ari's shoulders. "You think Boone will show up?" "He's here." "Where?" "On the outskirts, near the soccer field." Damon glanced in the direction. "You'd think he'd at least want to participate, if for no other reason than for appearances. He doesn't care what anyone thinks." "Everyone is pointing fingers at him," Damon said. "If I were him, I'd want to clear my name." "If you were him, you'd be concerned about what happened to Rita." The bullhorn squealed again, and Leah thanked everyone for coming to the vigil. She and Charles both shared about how much Rita meant to the community, both through her bar and grill and also in the neighborhood. Then Damon and Ari joined them, sharing similar sentiments. A few others who'd asked to share came up after them, some from her restaurant and others from the neighborhood. Then others came to the stage, wanting to say something too. Her own husband remained at the edge, as though a casual observer. Anger ran through Ariana. Why did he bother showing up? Because criminals liked to come back? But this wasn't even the same park Rita had lost her shoe in. It was too far away for her to have run to, whether in heels or sneakers. Did Boone just want to see how many people actually cared? Was it possible that some small part of him did care? She wanted to believe that, for the sake of her friend. Rita deserved better. A husband who stood up for her, fought for her, not one who snuck off to see some random chick the morning after she went missing. It was infuriating. Ariana pulled her attention from Boone and focused on what the girl speaking said. She was a server at the bar and grill, who played nervously with her hair a lot. Rita was more than a boss. One time, my parents kicked me out of the house, and I had nowhere to go. She stayed with me after closing, well past midnight, listening to me and giving me her thoughts. She wouldn't go home until I had somewhere to stay for the night. That's the kind of person she is. She cares more about others than herself. She doesn't deserve to be missing, and I hope we're able to get the word out so we can find her. I want to help her like she helped me. Tears blurred Ariana's vision. Those words summed up her friend. Yes, there was so much more to Rita, such as her love for nice things like her shoes and car. But at her heart, she was all about people. She could spot a lonely person in a crowd and would go out of her way to cheer them up. That was Rita. And like the server said, that was why they needed to find her. Ari needed to forget Boone, unless he showed up at their house again. Leah took the mic and asked everyone to hold up their candles for a moment of silence. It was eerie. The sky had grown dark, and aside from the few overhead lights, the only thing that lit the park was the mass of candles. Ariana snapped a few pictures. It was beautiful, and she wanted to show Rita after she was found safe. Hopefully that would happen. Leah and Charles gave instructions for people to split up, to either hand out flyers or search for Rita in a few specified locations. Damon kissed Ariana's cheek. "How are you holding up?" "I can't get over Boone showing up late and hanging out on the sidelines." "So much for forgetting about him." "I noticed that too. You'd think he'd at least feign an interest in finding his wife." "Exactly." Somebody tapped Ariana and asked a question about one of the search locations. She answered it, and others that came in. By the time she'd answered them all, the crowd had thinned to almost nothing. All of the news crews had left, and only a few stragglers remained, including Boone. Ariana stared at him. He returned the glare from across the park. Anger roiled in her. She couldn't leave him alone. But she'd also promised Damon not to confront him alone. She grabbed Leah's arm. "Let's talk to Boone." Her expression tightened. "Gladly." They marched over to him, heads high and shoulders back. Boone started to step away. "Where are you going?" Leah called. He stopped and crossed his arms. "This is my missing wife's vigil. I have more right to be here than anyone." "Why didn't you share?" Ariana asked. "Couldn't get through the crowd." That's the only reason? Leah asked.
You saw how thick it was.
Why were you late?
Traffic.
Traffic? Ariana said. Are you serious?
You know how it gets this time of night.
You couldn't have left earlier to avoid it? Leah asked. Like you said, this is your wife's vigil.
Boone furrowed his brows. I only just heard about it before leaving. It wasn't as if anyone invited me.
It was all over social media, Ariana said.
I was working. And imagine my surprise learning about my wife's vigil from a coworker.
The fact that you didn't say anything only makes you look guilty, Leah said. I'd keep that in mind if I were you. You should try harder if you don't want people suspecting you.
I'm the husband. Everyone already suspects me, as you two well know.
Damon and Charles joined them.
Everything okay here? Charles asked. Dandy, Boone said. I was just thanking these ladies for putting this together. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to join the search for my wife. Nobody replied, and he stormed away.
Can you believe him? Leah asked. Late because of traffic?
It's just a matter of time before he's proven guilty, Charles said. Everything he does is suspicious.
At least he knows we're on to him.
Let's forget about him, Damon said. We have flyers to hand out.
Ariana nodded in agreement, but one thing was certain. Her mind wouldn't let her forget about him. In fact, once the vigil ended, she would do whatever it took to prove his guilt. Chapter 16. Damon handed off what had to be the 5,000th flyer of the night. He, Ariana, Leah, and Charles had gone to the mall to pass out the papers after it started raining. Hopefully the weather didn't stop the efforts of those searching. They couldn't lose a moment, not now that the critical 24-hour mark had long passed. It was getting dangerously close to 48 hours. His chest tightened at the thought. He'd spent enough time with his father-in-law to know how critical these early hours were when someone was missing. But he also knew it wasn't a death sentence. People did survive past 2 days. It was just rare. Ariana ran over. 3 more stores let me put the flyers in their window. That's great news. Soon everyone in town will know to look for her. She tapped on her phone's screen. Leah and Charles are having just as good of luck at the other end of the mall. Let's keep it up. Ariana ran to a jewelry store in response. Damon stopped a couple eating ice cream cones and offered them a flyer. The guy took it. Her restaurant is our favorite place to eat. In fact, we met there at a party. He'd been hearing stories like that all night. Yeah, she agreed. I hope they find Rita soon. You can help by sharing one of our social media posts. The links are on the QR code. He pointed to the square on the flyer. I definitely will, she said. He thanked them, then gave another flyer to a family throwing pennies into a fountain. Before long, a woman over the loudspeaker announced the mall would be closing in 10 minutes. His heart sank. They still had so much more ground to cover. 15 minutes later, he and Ariana met Leah and Charles in the parking lot, where they'd left their cars. Should we go somewhere else? Leah asked. Damon checked the time. Ari and I have an interview on Good Morning West Coast early tomorrow. We should get some rest. Unless we should cancel the interview?
I'm sure they would understand.
You have to do it, Leah said. You can mention Rita and reach a wider audience. Think of all the older people who watch those shows and don't have a single social media account.
That's true, he said, and turned to Ariana. What do you think? She's right. We need that interview more now than ever before. They all exchanged hugs and went their separate ways. The Joneses to their home and the Gillens to Bar Hop in order to get rid of the remaining flyers. Do you think all of this will help? Ari asked. It can't hurt. I keep thinking that Boone has her locked away somewhere, that all of this is a waste. It isn't like she's wandering around with one shoe somewhere. He attacked her at work, put her in his car, and took her somewhere. Then he pushed her car into the lake. Don't you think that's odd? Damon asked. Obviously, it's sick and twisted. That isn't what I mean. They lived together. Couldn't he have trapped her at home? It would have been easier than leaving behind all the evidence. She was avoiding him, going out of her way not to see him. Accosting her behind the restaurant makes perfect sense if you think about it. I don't know. It makes me wonder if someone else isn't behind her disappearance. He's acting too suspicious, she said. I don't buy that for a second. I'm not saying he didn't do anything, just that there's room for question. Anything's possible, but not probable. They continued discussing it until they got home. She got in the shower, and Damon stared at the house across the street. Boone's car wasn't there. Was he out searching? Or had he returned to his girlfriend? The bigger question was, could Rita be inside the house? It seemed unlikely, given that the police had searched it. But at the same time, Boone was adamant that nobody else enter. There was no legal way to find out. Not considering Boone wouldn't let them anywhere near the front door. His actions did make him look guilty, but he couldn't drop the idea that if she'd been taken from the parking lot, someone else had to be behind the crime. It would be too risky for Boone. He would have access to Rita without worrying about being seen, without having to chase her through a park. With any luck, someone saw something. That person just needed to come forward. Damon needed to get ready for bed, especially considering they had a televised interview in the morning. But he couldn't pull himself away from the window. A few minutes later, the neighbor pulled into his driveway, stepped out, and sauntered to the front door. Heat and pressure built in Damon's chest. His legs twitched, eager to run outside and confront the man again. But he wasn't going to repeat his earlier mistake. If he confronted Boone, it would be far away from any camera, doorbell, or otherwise. Then he would punch the arrogance right out of him. Just the thought of hitting him released the pressure in Damon's chest. In his mind, he kept going until his neighbor admitted what he'd done. Damon shook his head and stepped away from the window, went to the kitchen and drank a glass of cold water. Then another. He couldn't allow himself to think those thoughts, no matter how good they felt. And that was the problem. They brought too much satisfaction. As the son of a notorious serial killer, he couldn't even give in to thoughts like those. That was dangerously close to committing the actions, to becoming like his father. What if there was no escape? The urges were growing stronger. He wanted to hurt the other man, to make him suffer.
Sure, he was a cheating weasel who had threatened Ariana, and it was only natural for Damon to want to protect his wife. Unlike Boone, who didn't care about his missing wife. But the rush of adrenaline that pumped through him at the thought of knocking Boone out was too much. It wasn't normal. Only for the child of a criminal mastermind. Violence was in his blood. But he was also the son of his mom. That beautiful woman hadn't had a destructive bone in her body. She'd been the complete opposite of her husband. And it had gotten her killed. Did that mean Damon had the choice of who he would become? Or had it been decided long ago, when his mom's DNA mixed with his dad's? Damon wanted to be the best man he could be for Ariana, and beating the life out of their neighbor wasn't the way to go about that. Especially if he ended up in prison, just like his father. But the thought of removing Boone from their lives brought so much satisfaction. A rush of joy ran through him at the thought of wiping that smug grin off their neighbor's face. Damon closed his eyes and shoved the thoughts away. They pushed back, flooded him, this time more vivid than before. There was only one way to get rid of them. Actually, there were two. But only one was legal and wouldn't leave his wife disgusted with him. He went to their workout room and took out his anger on the punching bag. Then, by lifting weights, back to the bag. Ariana appeared next to him in a silk pajama shorts set he'd given her for her last birthday. Working out again? It's the best way to deal with my frustration. He hit the bag again. She rested a hand on his arm. I have a better idea on how to get your mind off everything. This is it, he continued, pounding. Ariana turned him toward her, held his gaze, and pressed her lips on his. She smelled fresh and clean from her shower. Her hair was still damp. He stepped back, wiping sweat from his forehead. You don't want to touch me. Of course I do. Damon shook his head. You don't. She'd be disgusted if she knew the thoughts racing through his head. I do. She pressed herself against him and kissed him again, even tasting fresh, like mint. At least let me shower first. If you insist. Hopefully, a cold shower would be enough to squash the vivid urges. Chapter 17. Rita continued struggling against the ropes. She'd been at this for what felt like forever. It was impossible to know how much time had passed, thanks to being unconscious and the blackout curtains. Though she did have some idea, as they let in a little light at the top and sides. It was anyone's guess how much time had passed while she was out cold. But the light behind the curtains had grown dark only once since then. One day. But it felt like a week. Maybe more. Yet she still hadn't managed to free herself from the ropes. Still hadn't made progress. Would she ever get out of here alive? Wherever here was? It wasn't a room she'd ever seen before. Couldn't be in the house. He had to have brought her to an abandoned building. Somewhere nobody would find her. Didn't matter. The only thing she needed to focus on was getting these ropes off, before he returned. Then she had to get out of here. Run. If he returned to find her still in the room, but untied, he would lose his mind, go ballistic on her, make the situation 100 times worse. Time was not on her side. At least it was dark outside. It had been for a long time. That meant he was likely sleeping. Her hunger grew, and her strength faded. No food for what had to be at least 2 days was taking its toll. He thought he was so generous giving her water, then demanding her undying love and devotion. The man was crazy enough to keep her tied up until she gave in. No way. Never. Once she freed herself, they were over. Forever. She would report him to the cops. Then once he was behind bars, she would never have to worry about him again. He would get what he deserved, and she could move on with her life, just as it should be. But that would only happen if she could loosen the ties. Rita strained and stretched her body in every direction, for all the good it did. But she couldn't stop. The moment she gave up, it was over. And she would not let him win. That would never happen. She was smarter than him, had more mental fortitude. In every way that mattered, she came out on top. That was why he was so threatened by her, why he'd tied her up, held her against her will, kept her from eating. He should have known better, but he hadn't. He'd underestimated the wrong woman. She'd win. He'd lose. Just had to get herself free first. Then it would be game on. He'd rigged it against her, but she would turn the tables on him. He would be the one taken down. By her. Sweet irony. Rita tugged and pulled, wriggled and squirmed, kicked and punched as much as possible while restrained. Snap. She froze. Had she heard that right? One of the ropes had broken. Could it be? She lifted her arms. The right one flew up, ached from having been in the same position for so long. She half sat up, pulled her other arm out of the restraint, felt around the ropes at her legs, found the knot underneath, tugged, twisted, pulled, repeated. It came loose. She nearly shrieked with joy, stopped herself just in time. Couldn't risk him hearing her. She doubted he was nearby, had likely gone home for the night, sleeping like a baby in bed while leaving her in this place. Probably in the middle of nowhere. She had to be right about her abandoned building theory. Rita swung her legs over the side of the bed. Pain shot through her muscles. This time she did cry out, covered her mouth, and silently cursed her captor. He would pay. She would see to that. If she couldn't get out of the room before he came, then she would attack him when he showed up. Take him by surprise and tie him up. Let him go hungry and have his muscles ache from lack of movement. Chapter 18. Ariana poured herself another cup of coffee, hoping this one would get rid of her pounding headache. Though it was possible nothing would help, aside from bringing Rita home safely. How could another morning have come without even a clue pointing to where she was? Sure, she'd found the shoe, and the police had pulled her car out of the lake. But where was she? Nobody could say. Any evidence that might have been in the car would have been washed away. At least that was what she and Damon both thought. Surely that was the kidnappers' plans. Damon came into the kitchen. "Another coffee?" "I'm hoping it'll help my headache." "Did you take any ibuprofen?" "Not on an empty stomach." He opened the fridge. "I'll make omelets." "You don't have to." She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. It didn't help. But I want to. We have to hurry to the Good Morning West Coast interview. There's plenty of time, he said. But if you have anything left to do before we leave, I'd suggest doing that while I whip up the eggs. How did I get so lucky? She gave him a kiss before downing the rest of her coffee and making her way upstairs. Before heading into the bathroom, she looked across the street, her heart aching for Rita. Another day missing. 2 police cruisers blocked Boone's car in the driveway. Her heart skipped a beat. Had they found Rita? Or proof that he was involved? Ariana checked online for any updates to the case. One of the news sites reported that an unknown source had seen Boone at Rita's Bar and Grill the night she disappeared. That had to be why the police cars were out front. Good. Maybe they would finally convince him to give up Rita's location. She waited a moment to see if they would bring him out in handcuffs, but they didn't. And she had an interview to get ready for. Hopefully the show would allow her and Damon to talk about Rita for a moment. Get the word out even further. Ari did her hair and makeup as fast as possible, and when she stepped out of the bathroom, she got a whiff of bacon and eggs. Her stomach rumbled, and she realized her headache wasn't pounding anymore. She glanced out the window. The cruisers were still blocking Boone's car, and headed downstairs. You look beautiful as always. Damon smiled, gave her a kiss, and handed her a plate with a huge omelet and a side of bacon. She thanked him and scarfed down the food, finding her headache lifting even more. She might not even need to take anything after all. He sat down next to her and dug into his own omelet. Are you feeling any better? Yes, actually. My food is a cure-all. He gave her a goofy grin. I'm sure that's exactly it. Did you see the cop cars? He asked. She told him about what she'd read online. He was there? Damon asked. According to the unnamed source. But he never went to the bar and grill before Rita disappeared. Exactly, Ariana said. Rita said he was always complaining about it. Why? It brought in money. That place is a raging success. It makes her happy, and he can't have that. Damon frowned. I'll never understand that man. I hope I never do. He rose and looked outside. The cars are still there. They must be interrogating him pretty hard. We can only hope. They put their plates away, and though Ariana's headache was almost gone, she took an ibuprofen for good measure. No sense in having it come back during the interview. Chances were, if anything would set it off again, it would be the studio's bright lights. They went outside, just as the detective was heading toward an unmarked car. Another officer opened the door of one of the cruisers. Ariana raced over. Detective Rojas! She turned. Hello, Ariana. Did you arrest Boone? I heard he was at the restaurant the night Rita disappeared. I can't discuss an ongoing investigation. He's having an affair, and his wife is missing. It's obvious he has motive. That doesn't make him guilty. Boone never goes to the bar and grill. He resents Rita's success. If he was there, he was up to no good, guaranteed. I can't discuss this. He should be behind bars, not without sufficient evidence. You don't have that yet? Ariana asked. Detective Rojas pursed her lips. You can't talk about it. Correct. Isn't there anything you can tell me? Ari asked. She drew in a deep breath. He has an alibi. That's all I can say about the matter. He's lying.
We're looking into every detail, Mrs. Jones. If you learn anything else, give me a call or text. The pictures were helpful. Call me if you find anything new. I have to get going." "Okay, thanks." Ariana trudged back to the driveway. Damon opened the passenger door of his car for her and asked if they were arresting Boone. "I wish. He has an alibi." She climbed in, and he went around to the driver's seat. Even though someone placed him where Rita disappeared? He started the engine. "She wouldn't tell me more," Ariana said. "Active investigation and all of that." He frowned and pulled onto the street. "I wonder where he said he was." "Probably said he was feeding orphans or something equally ridiculous." Damon snickered. "That'll be the day." They passed ideas back and forth along the drive. Ariana checked her phone for updates, not finding anything. The news sites weren't even discussing the police questioning Boone at his house. She scrolled through her photos, stopping at one of Rita, holding up a drink at one of their recent happy hours. "Where are you?" If only the image could answer. Chapter 19. He couldn't keep the smile off his face as the two police cars drove away from that snooty gated community. His call to that annoying woman detective had done the job. They'd gone to question Boone at his house. They'd believed his lie about seeing Rita's husband at the restaurant. Like he'd ever go there. That jerk didn't support his wife, didn't appreciate what he had. He hated men like that. He appreciated his women. For some unknown reason, they didn't often appreciate him back. Because they always wanted the jerks. Nice guys come in last. Every single time. This time, he would win. Would earn a point for all the nice guys out there. It was just a matter of waiting for Rita to come around. Tying her up hadn't yet convinced her. Withholding food hadn't done it either. He might have to actually hurt her. Didn't want to, but if that was what it took, he'd do it. She would see the light, realize what a treasure she had in him. Then they could have the dream life. All the better if he could frame Boone for the abduction. How hard could it be? People always blamed the man in a woman's life. And technically, they were right in Rita's case. He was her boyfriend, even though she'd tried to break up with him. She actually thought he'd agree to that. Showed how stupid she really was. Women these days thought they could do whatever they wanted, treat men however they wanted. The worst thing in the history of the world was men allowing women equal rights. Why had anyone thought that was a good idea? Men needed to lead the world, head their families, rule all, not women. Couldn't they see how that was nature's design? Men were natural leaders with their obvious superior physical strength. Women were soft, weak. It all had a purpose. Men controlled, women followed. And he would make sure the right order of things remained in his life, even if the majority of modern men chose the weak path. He wouldn't be a pansy. That was Rita's job. She would snap into shape if she knew what was good for her. Time for her to forget about the restaurant and spend her time cooking for him and keeping his house clean. Before long, she'd be walking around pregnant and barefoot for the next decade, ensuring his family line continued. They would raise their boys to be warriors and their girls to know their place. His heart raced at the thought. But then the smile melted off his face.
He had so much work to do before his dream was fulfilled. At least he already had a beautiful and charming woman in his possession. It was only a matter of whipping her into submission. What a beautiful sight that would be. To see her place in the natural order of things restored. He was so close. He released the emergency brake and followed Boone's car. Made sure to stay back far enough that the loser wouldn't suspect anything. The married man stopped at the mistress's house again. So predictable. Boone was a terrible provider. He deserved to have his wife taken by another man. By a real man. Someone strong and capable. Someone who could keep a woman in line. Sure, he had a little work to do to get there himself. But he at least had Rita restrained. That was more than Boone could ever claim. He'd simply allowed her to start a business. Hadn't cared when she showed all the signs of an affair. He watched as Boone greeted the scantily clad woman and stepped inside. He would go down one way or another. Since the fake sighting at the restaurant hadn't worked, he would have to up his game. Think of something more convincing. Might have to plant some evidence. Didn't matter what it took. He would do anything to get that man out of the picture. The jerk didn't deserve to be married to a woman like Rita. But Boone would have to wait. It was past time to get back to the cabin and check on his woman. Perhaps another night alone in the ropes had been the convincing his beauty needed to decide to cling to him, to realize how much she desperately hungered for him and his leadership. Yes, today might be the day he could free her, and they could start their new life together, the way it was meant to be. Chapter 20. Ariana waved and thanked the show's hosts as she and Damon stepped off the bright stage. Thankfully, her headache had stayed away, and the hosts had been more than happy to let her and Damon talk about Rita. They'd been able to share about the social media page and show off the flyer. That was in addition to them discussing the normal interview information, personal safety tips, and links to their podcast, blog, and books, although those seemed so insignificant now. The only thing that mattered was finding Rita. But with each passing minute, their chances dwindled. She wouldn't give up. Boone might not care, but Ariana did, and she knew firsthand that it was possible to survive an abduction past the critical 24-hour period. A few minutes later, she and Damon exited the building. The sun shone nearly as brightly as the lights inside, but its warmth was much more comforting. Damon held out his key fob toward the car, but didn't press it. Trouble ahead. What? Ariana snapped her attention to where he was looking. Boone. What's he doing here? She asked. And how did he know where we'd be? Probably saw the interview, Ariana said. It doesn't take a genius to find the studio. Just a quick internet search. Damon took her hand and squeezed. Boone approached, his expression tight. Why are you here? Damon said. You told the detective I was at the bar and grill. Nope. Then it was your besties. Boone stopped, hardly leaving any space between them. How would it have been them? Ariana asked. They weren't at the restaurant to see you there. Must have been someone else. Who did you see when you were there? You and I both know I wasn't there. Ari squared her shoulders. Because you hate that place. Can't deny that. It's so loud and packed. Where were you that night? Damon asked. Doesn't matter. Sure it does.
Your wife is missing. I don't owe you an explanation, Boone said. I'm only here to tell you, again, to leave me alone. What's your alibi? Ari asked. Did you get your girlfriend to cover for you? I wasn't with her that night. Not that it's any of your business. It is when one of my best friends is missing, Ariana said. And you're the top suspect. According to whom? Boone said. Me. She stared him down. And the fact that you don't care about her disappearance, and you've done nothing but threaten me, makes me all the surer of it. Will you leave me alone if I tell you my alibi? You'd do that? Damon asked. Boone snorted. You two are more annoying than those cops. I just want you off my back. Tell us, Ariana said. Not here. He pointed to a coffee shop across the street. Meet me there. More caffeine was the last thing Ariana needed, but she'd drink a gallon of it if that was what it would take for Boone to finally pony up the truth. Do you think he'll actually tell us where he was? Damon asked in the car. I'm sure it'll be a lie. He clearly kidnapped her, but we have no idea where he's holding her. They don't have a vacation home or anything like that. Damon parked at the cafe. Looks like we're about to find out. Inside, Boone was already ordering his drink. Ariana got an herbal tea, hoping to calm her nerves. Once their orders were ready, they sat on a couch across from Boone, who was scrolling on his phone. Where were you that night? Ariana asked. Not so fast, Boone said. She wanted to throw her tea at him. What now? You two need to sign this NDA. Tell me your email addresses so I can send them to you. Ariana exchanged an "is he for real?" glance with Damon, but they complied. She just wanted the information. I can't believe you're making us sign a non-disclosure agreement, Damon said. You're getting restricted information. He didn't look up from his phone. Sent. Sign those digitally, and then I'll talk. Ariana bit back a sarcastic comment as she looked for the email. Boone tapped the table next to his couch. You just have to click the link and type your names. Doesn't need to take this long. I've never filled one of these out in a coffee shop before, Damon said, irritation in his tone. It's no more complicated than doing it in an office. Boone would be lucky to leave without Ari's tea all over him at the rate he was going. How Rita had managed to stay married to him without committing a felony was beyond her. Once the forms were completed, it took a few moments for him to get the notifications. Then he put his phone away. Are you going to tell us now? Ariana asked. You're legally bound to secrecy. Oh, is that what the forms were for? She asked. He glared at her. Are you going to take this seriously? My friend's life could be at stake. You'd better believe I am. I just want answers. And then you'll leave me alone after this? Boone asked. I can't make any promises. Damon nudged her. Well, I can't. Like I said, my best friend's life is at stake. Boone leaned forward. I need your word. Why? That wasn't good enough a moment ago. We had to file a legal document. I'm about to tell you something that cannot get out. It will destroy me. But your wife's disappearance hasn't done that? Ariana asked. Now it looked like he was holding back from throwing his drink on her. Let me clarify. What I'm about to say could ruin my reputation, my career, Carry on. You can't tell anyone. We know, Ariana said. Rita definitely deserved a gold medal for living with Boone as long as she had. The police have removed me from their persons of interest list because I have receipts proving I was nowhere near the restaurant or the park or the lake that night. Damon lifted a brow. And that requires an NDA? What I'm about to tell you does. Let's hear it. Boone licked his lips, ran his fingers through his hair, leaned closer and spoke barely above a whisper. I purchased items to burn down that damn bar and grill. Ariana gasped. That was too horrible, even for him. I hoped the police wouldn't pay that close of attention, Boone continued. All they needed was to look at the timestamps and see my name on them, since I paid with credit cards. I used different cards at different stores, not wanting to get caught. But leave it to Rita to go missing at the same time, forcing me to show the receipts. They didn't arrest you? Damon asked. Did you confess to it? I didn't actually commit any crime. All they could do was take the items. I'm probably on some watch list now and will get arrested if I buy anything suspicious again. Why would you burn down the restaurant? Ariana asked. Not so loud, Boone snapped. Why? You really have to ask, he said. I've never attempted arson, so yes. He looked down. I thought it might bring us together. You what? Ariana exclaimed. A few people stared. She didn't care. Boone waited for them to look away before continuing. I wanted to give our marriage one last chance. By burning down her business? Damon asked. While you're seeing someone else? Rita and I both made our mistakes, but we were talking about giving it one more try. She had dumped her side guy, but she wasn't willing to work less hours. Why would you care? Ariana asked. You work more than she does. You'd be surprised. I can't believe you were going to set it on fire, Ariana said. I mean, it's one thing to want to do something, like throwing tea at a narcissistic arsonist, but it's something else entirely to follow through with it. What can I say? Rita and I are passionate people. It's part of what drew us together. Ari leaned back in her seat and rubbed her temples. You really have no idea where Rita is? Damon asked. Wish I did. Why have you been threatening Ariana if you're innocent? I'm only innocent of whatever happened to her, Boone said. I was desperate to hide my affair and my plans for the fire, but in the end I had to give the cops the receipts, and it only took a matter of minutes for them to put two and two together. So, here I am. Ariana sat up straight. Were you going to burn it down that night? No. These things take time and planning. Research and purchasing was only the first step. Boone's phone dinged, and he looked at it. I have to get back to work. Are we done here? You people won't bother me anymore about Rita's disappearance? Why don't you care? Ari asked. I do, he said. I was in the process of trying to save my marriage. Do us a favor, she said. What? Don't ever do us any favors. Trust me, I don't care enough about you two to bother with anything that complicated. He gathered his things and left, reminding them once again about the NDA. Ariana's head spun out of control. He'd bought the supplies to burn down Rita's restaurant. Do you buy his story? Damon asked. His NDA is pretty convincing. I still don't trust him. But if he's telling the truth, we're back to square one. Not really, Ariana said. Now it looks like Rita's mystery boyfriend is behind it. Chapter 21. Damon glanced across the street for what had to be the 40th time since arriving home. Boone's driveway was empty, and would likely remain that way until evening. But that didn't stop Damon from worrying about his and Ariana's safety. Their neighbor was going to burn down the bar and grill. Her disappearance, and the cops, were the only things stopping him. If Rita hadn't gone missing, he would have gone through with it. Who did that? A crazy person, that's who. And he lived across the street. Maybe there were more psychopaths in society than he realized. It was possible every neighborhood had someone capable of something so horrible. But without knowing, people could live in peace. Damon knew. He could never forget. Would always wonder. That was no way to live, especially considering he'd moved to the gated community specifically to be safe. He and Ariana had already been through enough. Both of them had seen more terror before their teenage years than the average person saw in a lifetime. A hand rested on his back, and he jumped. "Sorry," Ari said. "Didn't mean to startle you." I was lost in thought. About Boone? Yeah. "What are we gonna do now?" she asked. "You mean because we're living across the street from an arsonist?" "There's that, but I mean about finding Rita. We've been so focused on Boone, I don't know what to do now. I've been scouring all of Rita's texts and social media posts for hidden clues to who her boyfriend is. But all I know is she called him Jared. And even then, I had the feeling she was making that up. The detective doesn't know anything. Even if she did, she wouldn't tell me." Damon stepped from the window and tried to think of something useful. Nothing came. There has to be some way to find out. She was so secretive, even with Leah and me. There has to be a clue somewhere. Maybe in her house or car? But we don't have access to either of those. "What about in the restaurant?" he asked. "I checked her locker. It didn't have anything helpful. There has to be something. If there is, I don't know where to look." Damon pulled her close and held her tightly. It crushed him that he couldn't fix her despair. "It's like we're at a dead end," she said. "I want to do more, now that so much time has passed, but there's nothing I can do. Not with as few clues as we have." "I wonder if Boone would let us in the house." She looked at him like he was crazy. "Hear me out," he said. "We already know his big secret, and we've filled out his precious NDA. What else does he have to lose? I'm sure he has plenty more secrets he's hiding in the house. But if he wants her found, he'll have to cooperate now. He told us what he did to get us off his back," she said. "We've gotten all the help from him he's willing to give. Unless he wants to prove that he's genuine in his efforts to save his marriage." She frowned. Going in there wouldn't do any good. That would be the last place she would hide information about her boyfriend. Too risky. Boone could find it. "Sometimes hiding something in plain sight is the best way to keep it secret." Ariana tapped her head. Knowing her, Rita probably kept it all in her mind. "Then what are we going to do? It seems we're stuck unless we try getting into the house." She looked deep in thought.
We should invite Leah and Charles over. They might have learned something since we talked to them last night.
It's better than nothing.
He gave her a quick kiss.
Let's see if they want to meet for lunch. We haven't eaten since the omelets this morning.
I'm not hungry.
You might be, and just not realize it.
She shrugged, a look of despair in her eyes. It pained him to see her like that.
I'll call Charles. Anywhere in particular you want to go?
No. Ariana wandered from the room like a lost puppy. Damon resisted the urge to comfort her. The only thing that would help would be finding Rita. And to do that, they needed to brainstorm ideas with their friends. He called Charles, and they agreed to meet up at the bar and grill. Being in Rita's favorite place might help jog some ideas. And might help was the only hope they had, now that Boone was off the table as a suspect. Unless he was lying about the arson. It had to be a lesser crime than abduction, so it would make sense that he would choose that story. But there would be plenty of other ways to show his innocence in Rita's disappearance. This was all enough to make him wish he'd gone into law enforcement. If he was on the police force, he would be privy to everything they weren't sharing. Even having a cop for a father-in-law didn't help. If Alex didn't have a valid reason for looking into the case, he couldn't get the information either. 10 minutes later, he and Ariana were leaving the house again. She was even more down than before. Being at the restaurant might spark an idea, he said, and Remote unlocked his car. I doubt it. It hasn't helped any of the other times I've been there. But you found her shoe not far away. Maybe we could all look around again. It might be good luck. The police went through every inch of the block. If they didn't find... She stopped suddenly, her gaze fixed across the street. Damon looked over, expecting to see Boone or his car. Just a maintenance man. He wore brown coveralls and carried a clipboard, just like many of the other hired help in the neighborhood. Who is he? Ariana asked.
Plumber, maybe? Let's get going.
She stepped closer to the sidewalk, staring at the man. Damon caught up with her.
Why are you so interested in him?
I've never seen the guy before.
A new hire?
While Boone's wife is missing, and he's been under investigation? She asked.
Boone's clear now.
I'm going to talk to him.
What? Damon said.
It looks like he's snooping.
He's doing his job.
I'm not leaving until I know for sure. She marched across the street. Damon threw his arms in the air and hurried after her.
You don't think this will piss off Boone if he hears about this?
I'm just being a good neighbor by checking out someone suspicious on his property.
Right.
I am. She hurried over to the man. Excuse me. He turned to her, holding his clipboard close. A patch on his coveralls indicated he worked for a bug removal service.
Yes.
The man was tall and handsome. He could be on the big screen. Maybe Rita had hired him, choosing him for his looks to annoy Boone. What are you doing? Ariana asked.
Looking for insects.
He tugged on the patch with the company logo. A business Damon had never heard of before. Didn't mean it wasn't legit. New companies popped up every day. But it was curious. I didn't realize Boone and Rita hired an exterminator, Ari said.
They did.
The man turned around and looked at a bush, keeping the clipboard against his chest. When did they hire you? She asked.
I'd have to check my records.
What's your name?
If you want a card, I'll have to get one from my truck.
There was no truck in sight.
Damon stepped closer. Who hired you? Was it Rita or Boone? The man glared at him. What's with all the questions? Rita's my wife's best friend. Damon gestured toward Ariana. If she had hired you, then she would have told her. It was the husband, he snapped. Now, if you don't mind, I'm on a time crunch. Bye now. Ariana gave Damon an eyebrow raise. She'd been right to suspect this guy. We'll be seeing you, Damon said. Ariana pulled out her phone and snapped a few pictures while the man's back was turned. When back in their driveway, she took a few more. Believe me now? Yeah, he's up to something. But what? That's what I aim to find out. Chapter 22. Ariana set her fork down, surprised she was able to eat anything at all. She, Damon, Leah, and Charles were discussing theories about where Rita could be, over lunch. Ariana was careful to leave out all details about Boone's alibi, though she was itching to tell them everything. She watched everyone from employees to customers to 2 different delivery guys who came and went. But she couldn't stop thinking about the exterminator. He was more suspicious than everyone here at the bar and grill combined. He was acting more like he was casing the house than searching for bugs. And besides that, there was something off about him that she couldn't put her finger on. At least she'd gotten pictures. They weren't the best, but she had them. Although with as much attention as Rita's disappearance was getting, it made sense that people would be curious. But not just anyone could get into the neighborhood. The exterminator had been here before, or was with a legit company. Where should we start? Leah asked, pulling Ariana from her thoughts. Check her locker again? The office? Ariana perked at that. Did any of you check the office before? I didn't. I had a look around, Charles said. But there was a lot I couldn't get into. There's a safe in there, and most of the drawers in the desk are locked. Do you know if the police looked through those? Damon asked. I don't. I'm going to look there, Ariana said. Other people likely have access, but then again, she might not have let them. And I'm going with you, Leah said. The guys decided to hand out flyers. Ariana asked the shift manager about Rita's office. I have a key, she said. Only the managers do. Is it hard running the restaurant with Rita gone? Leah asked. It isn't the same, that's for sure. But she took a lot of time off, and the management team is perfectly capable of running things. How much time off did she take? Ari asked. The manager shrugged. A few weeks a year. Nothing out of the ordinary. But she was taking more days off leading up to her disappearance. Before this year, it was rare for her to take a day off outside of her vacations. Now it's almost expected that she'll take an evening or 2 a week. Ariana exchanged a surprised glance with Leah. She's been taking evenings off every week? Pretty much. The manager stopped at the office and unlocked it. I hope you find something useful. Did the police look in here already? Leah asked. I think so, but I wasn't here the day they looked. Thanks. Ariana walked into the office. It smelled of Rita's favorite floral perfume. Her desk faced them in the middle of the room. Most of the walls were lined with shelves full of books. The others were decorated with paintings of relaxing seashores. Rita collected one every time she went on vacation. The same style of art filled several rooms in her house. Where should we start? Leah asked. I want to try her safe. Really?
Chances are the police couldn't get into it, Ari said. And where else would she hide important information? Wouldn't the police have taken the safe in as evidence if they couldn't get into it? In a murder investigation, maybe. In a case like this, I doubt it. You don't know? Leah asked. My dad's the cop, not me. I only took 1/4 of pre-law, and this definitely wasn't covered. Leah pursed her lips. I sure hope we find something useful. Ariana stared at the safe. It reminded her of the one she and Damon had at home. Fireproof and thick walls. Nearly impossible to break into. The salesman had told them a story about someone trying to use dynamite to get into an older model and not being able to crack it. She'd never been sure if the story was real, but if there was even a little truth to it, her only chance of opening it was figuring out Rita's code. It wouldn't be anything as obvious as her birthday. Or would it? No. It couldn't be anything Boone would ever guess. He'd be the last person she'd want getting in there. I'll go through the books, Leah said. Maybe one of these is fake and she's hiding something there. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm going to see if I can get into the safe. Any ideas for the code? It has to be something Boone would never think of. My thoughts exactly. Ariana knelt and twisted the dial. It spun easily and quickly, only clicking on the numbers when she applied a little pressure. Again, like her model at home. She tried Rita's birthday, even though it seemed unlikely. But maybe Boone was the type to always forget the date. Rita never said anything either way, whether he remembered it or not. She usually booked a spa and made it into a girls' day, like an extended version of their weekly time. Didn't work. Ariana tried the opening day of the restaurant. Nope. That wasn't a surprise either. Rita held a huge celebration every year in honor of the anniversary. She needed to figure out something less obvious. One of her parents' birthdays? Dates were probably out. Too easy to look up that information. Thanks to social media, everyone connected knew each other's birthdays. What then? How's it going? Leah asked. I have nothing. You? Zilch. Ariana turned her attention to Rita's desk. Aside from one drawer, they all had locks. This could be more useful, and she'd known how to pick locks since she was a kid. She dug into her purse and pulled out the necessary items. They were something she always suggested her readers and listeners carry. It could save a woman's life. In this case, Rita's. Ariana started working on the top middle drawer, the one the chair slid under when not in use. It was trickier than the average lock, but she wouldn't give up. She'd yet to meet a lock she couldn't open. Click. And she got it. Hardly able to believe it, she yanked the drawer open. Leah whipped around. You got into her desk? One drawer. Anything interesting? I don't know yet. Let me know. So far, I'm not finding anything in these books. Don't give up. She could have one scrap of paper tucked in between the pages that gives us the answers we need. I wish Boone would let us into the house. You and me both. Ariana dug through the drawer. It appeared to only have office supplies, pens, a calculator, some stamps, and other things. But it was locked. There had to be something useful in there. She pulled out each item, placing it on top of the desk. Nothing, nothing, nothing. This could take all week. I found something, Leah said, and held up a book about the Virgin Islands. What? Ariana abandoned the desk and ran over. Leah pulled out a folded piece from a yellow legal pad. Open it. Ari resisted the urge to grab it from her.
I'm trying.
Leah handed her the book and unfolded the paper. Ariana waited, hardly able to breathe. Were they about to find out the real name of her boyfriend? Or the code for the safe? Something else equally helpful? Leah frowned. Ari's heart sank. What?
Just a shopping list.
Leah showed her.
Looks like gifts she intended to buy people on her trip to the islands.
Let me see. Ariana studied it, trying to figure out if there was a hidden code. But she recognized one of the items on the list, the same brand of jewelry box that Rita had given Ariana for her last birthday. She handed the paper back to Leah. Hang on to that. Maybe it'll come in handy later.
I doubt it, but okay,
Leah said. Ariana returned to the desk and pulled the rest of the items out of the drawer, reached in and felt around. Bumped something soft at the top. Felt like a little book. Tape held it up. She had to angle herself uncomfortably, but managed to pull it loose. A little black notebook with a shiny snakeskin cover. This had to hold good information. Chapter 23. Ariana flipped through the pages of the little notebook with shaky fingers. She tried to say something, but couldn't find her voice. Leah whipped around.
You found something? You were supposed to tell me.
This was taped to the top back.
Does it have the safe combination?
Leah hurried over and looked over Ari's shoulder. The first pages are all in code.
Stop,
Leah said.
There are notes there.
Who's Mitch? Ariana asked. The page they were on listed all kinds of details about someone. Name, birth date, likes, dislikes, quirks. Nothing that would help them find him. No address or phone number.
Is that Jared's real name?
Leah asked, her eyes widening. I don't know. She didn't put a date on any of these.
Try his birthday on the safe.
Ariana's mind raced as she turned around and spun the numbers on the dial. Nothing. Leah swore.
What's it going to take to open that thing?
She obviously didn't want this Mitch person to guess the code either, Ariana said. I think that points to Mitch either being her boyfriend or perhaps someone she saw in the past.
Definitely.
What else is in there? Ariana flipped through the pages. The last fourth of the book was blank. I'm going to try to figure out the code on the first pages.
Let me see.
Ari flipped back and stopped at a random page. The letters were all in random order, but were listed out in paragraphs as if they communicated something. But what? Does this look familiar to you? Ari asked. Leah looked closer.
No, but it reminds me of the secret code my friends and I made up in middle school to keep the boys from reading the notes we passed back and forth.
How'd you make the codes? Ari asked. My friends and I never did that.
We had no other choice,
Leah said.
The teachers collected our phones every morning and didn't give them back until the end of the day.
Can you crack Rita's code?
Maybe.
Ari handed her the notebook and felt around the drawer again. After finding nothing, she replaced all the items and looked over the drawers, trying to decide which to tackle next.
I cracked it,
Leah said. Already?
Yeah, she must have used similar coding strategies in middle school.
What does it say? Ari asked.
Rita was tracking Boone's affairs. I'm going to take pictures of these pages.
Good thinking. Ariana picked the lock of the top desk drawer to the right. It was just as tricky to unlock as the other one had been. But she managed to open it, this time a little faster. Manila files and folders were stacked in this one. Ariana pulled them out and put them on the desk. A silver locked box sat beneath them. "Look at that," she said. Leah gasped. "Can you break into that?" "Sure." Ariana took it out and used her tools. The box was even more challenging than the desk drawers, but she still managed to get it. Click. "How do you do that?" Leah demanded. "Plenty of practice. I know who I'm calling next time I lock myself out. Forget the locksmith." "Next time?" Ari asked in a teasing tone. "You know me. I'd forget my hair if it wasn't attached to my scalp. What's in there?" A white rectangular paper sat on top. Ariana picked it up and flipped it over. An ultrasound image of a baby. Leah covered her mouth, then grabbed the paper. "Is she pregnant?" Ariana scanned the notes at the top. "It's dated last week." "Seriously?" Leah held it closer to the light. "Oh my gosh. I feel like we shouldn't be seeing this." "No, this is huge." "Obviously. She wants to leave Boone, and she's pregnant. It has to be her boyfriend's. Does he know? Is he Mitch?" Ariana sat in the chair and took deep breaths. "We better call Detective Rojas. Maybe we should see if we can find out more first. Once the cops get involved, they're going to shove us out of here. We're her friends. If anyone should be going through her personal items, it's us." "Let's at least go through the rest of this lockbox," Ari said. "Maybe we can find out more about the pregnancy." Leah held the image upside down and sideways. "Does this have the dad's name on it?" "Not that I saw." Ariana took out the next paper. Another ultrasound, same day. "It says 6 weeks," Leah said. "Do you think she just found out? 6 weeks is super early." "I have no idea if it is or not. Like I told you the other day, Damon and I aren't even talking about trying yet. You two are the ones trying." "It's early. She'd have been only 2 weeks late, assuming she has normal cycles. Did she ever mention that?" "Not that I remember." Ariana handed her the second image and pulled out a small pile of receipts. They were all from doctors and pharmacies. Was she trying to get pregnant? "Let me see those." Leah took them and flipped through them. "I don't recognize any of the names. Looks like she went out of town for these. We're going to have to look online to find out what kind of doctors they are. Or we could call the numbers on here and pretend to be Rita." "I like the way you think, but they probably all know she's missing. We've spread the word far and wide, especially with your TV interview." That felt like weeks ago. The right thing to do would be to give this to the detective. She'll know what to do. "Let's at least try the safe again. Maybe it has something to do with the baby. The conception date or the due date? Maybe the date she had the ultrasound?" "But would she have changed the code that recently?" Ariana asked. "I overheard Rita and Boone arguing about it, and she told him she changes it weekly." "Really? It could be anything." Leah waved the paper around. "This was taken last week. The chances of it being one of those dates is high." "Maybe." "If you won't try it, I will. Let me. Damon and I have the same kind of safe. Hurry." Ariana grabbed one of the images and got to work. She subtracted 6 weeks from the date of the scan. Nothing. Then she tried the date of the ultrasound. Again, nothing. Leah might be on to something with the due date. Ariana entered that. Click. She and Leah exchanged wide-eyed glances. Ariana turned the handle and pulled open the heavy door. It even creaked exactly like hers. They dug into the contents, pulling everything out. A current calendar showed notes over the last 2 weeks. Physical symptoms, including fatigue and aches and pains. She must have suspected the pregnancy, but the notes didn't indicate whether it was intentional or accidental. "Look," said Leah. "A bunch of pictures of this hot guy. This has to be her boyfriend. He's smoking." Ariana glanced at the photos. Her stomach dropped through the floor. "Do you know him?" Leah asked. "You look like you saw a ghost." "Damon and I just met him." "Shut the front door! He's the exterminator you were telling us about?" "Yes." Ariana grabbed the other pics and flipped through them. There were a few of him alone, but most were of him and Rita together. They were the perfect happy couple. "You're sure that's him?" "No doubt." "This is huge. He has to be Mitch. Now we have a face, and we know he was snooping around her house. I wonder if he was at the vigil." She pulled out her phone and tapped the screen furiously. Ariana grabbed a manila file full of papers, opened it. Pictures. All of Rita with various men. They were in black and white, and all a little fuzzy. "What's that?" Leah asked. "Do you think someone was blackmailing her?" Ari asked, and handed her the file. Leah flipped through the pictures. "That would be my guess. These photos all look like they were taken through a dirty window." Bile rose into Ari's mouth. "It's like she was living a double life." "Maybe she was. We already knew she wouldn't talk about her boyfriends. Boone said something about them having a..."
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have to. This music is for your restoration, and this audiobook is a gift to you.
prenup. He said she wouldn't get anything if she cheated. Actually, he did say he has proof of her having an affair.
He has to be guilty, Leah said. I don't care what his alibi is.
But he could just divorce her and she wouldn't get anything from him. He could easily cut his losses without kidnapping her. Why do something so risky when he has nothing to lose? Leah frowned.
You do have a point. Unless he just wants her out of the picture, it could be easier than a divorce.
But if she doesn't get any of his stuff, then why would he care?
She would want things they got together. If the house is theirs, she would be entitled to half.
Unless that was written in the prenup, Ariana said. Then a terrible thought hit her. She hated herself for even thinking it.
I know that look, Leah said. What are you thinking?
It's stupid.
All the more reason to tell me.
No, Ariana said. It makes Rita look bad. It was one of those fleeting thoughts that's better left unsaid.
We can't leave any stone unturned, and we already have to admit we might not know Rita like we thought we did.
Because she hid a brand new pregnancy from us? Ari asked.
Obviously. When I get pregnant, you and Rita will be the first people I tell. After Charles. Maybe.
Ariana shoved her. You wouldn't.
Okay, fine. But tell me your thoughts about Rita. We can decide together if it's worth its salt.
There was no point in trying to keep from telling Leah. She wouldn't give up. What if Rita took off to make Boone look bad? He is obviously already threatening her. She could hope the police will suspect him and put him behind bars. Leah didn't say anything. You think I'm a horrible person for thinking that, Ariana said.
It's genius, Leah said.
What?
Given all this new information, it makes perfect sense. I wish I'd thought of it. Plus, it has the added benefit of Rita being safe and alive. We couldn't ask for more than that.
Except that if she did stage her own kidnapping, she could get into a lot of legal trouble.
How much? Leah asked.
I'd have to ask my dad, but that'll have to wait. We need to let the detective know what we found.
We can't tell her our theory about Rita faking her disappearance, Leah said. I feel like that'd give them reason to stop looking.
For sure. Plus, there's no reason to think it has any merit.
Let me snap some pictures of this stuff before the police won't allow us near it, Leah said. I want to find out all I can about Mitch. Did he take Rita? Is he the baby's dad?
Hopefully, Detective Rojas would be able to find the answers. Chapter 24. Rita had gathered everything useful from the room she could find. It took a lot of imagination with some of the junk, but there was plenty she could use against him. Nearly anything could be used as a weapon in a pinch. And this was much more than a pinch. Being held against her will was not a string of words she thought would ever describe her. But if anyone could get out of this, it was her. She'd survived over 5 years married to Boone. Living with a man who presented himself as someone completely different to the world was its own special form of torture. Having to smile or agree, or even just keep from speaking up, killed parts of her soul, tiny piece by tiny piece. Nothing and no one would kill Rita Walker. She'd managed to keep herself whole through everything else in her life, and this would be no different. The fact that she'd gotten free from the ropes showed that. She was no ordinary person. The average abduction victim lasted less than 24 hours. At least that's what she thought Ariana said, and Rita had long since passed that. Now it was a matter of getting out of here. First the room, then the house, then whatever the outside held. Could be anything. She considered breaking the window behind the blackout curtains, but there were bars on the outside, not giving her any chance of escape. Beyond them, woods. They would make the perfect cover if she could get past the bars. She needed to focus on one thing at a time. With no shoes, no coat, and only makeshift weapons, the best thing she had going for her was her mind. While she needed to make changes in her choices of men, she was a smart person. She'd built a thriving business all on her own. No man had stopped her, nor would one now. Her dad had practically forced her into her marriage. A business deal, not unlike an old-fashioned dowry arrangement. Instead of exchanging the daughter for farm animals or kingdom alliances, this had been for cold, hard cash. Rita had honestly believed she was helping her family out, getting her beloved parents out of a desperate situation. And that had all been true. But if she'd had a clearer view of the situation, she'd have walked away long before saying her vows and signing that prenup, a document her husband had held over her head from the moment they became husband and wife. Boone had only wanted one thing: power. He reveled in the prestige that came with it, and to him Rita was nothing more than a trophy to show off. He'd made the mistake of thinking he could treat her like another of his possessions, or like the people who worked for him. Behind closed doors, they fought over that constantly. She refused to be controlled, didn't care if he dumped her and left her penniless. Some things were better than a bad marriage, like being poor and alone. But she would never be either. Her bar and grill was one of the best places to be in their sleepy town. It was always full of people, so she was never alone. And she had her friends. Ariana and Leah made life with a miserable husband worth living. Between them and her business, she almost never had to see that jerk anymore. And her secret money stash was getting to be significant. Between her allowance from Boone, how humiliating was that? And her profits from the restaurant, she had a nice savings. If she could invest it, then it would be even better. But she didn't trust him, not for a moment. If she opened any kind of account, he would find out. So making that kind of money would have to wait. Boone thought he had the upper hand on keeping her married. Those pictures meant nothing. He would never use them against her. It would kill his pride to show them to anyone, to admit that his wife was stepping out on him. Oh, the horror of admitting he didn't have full control over her. She couldn't wait to be free of him. But first, she had to free herself from mistake number 2. Creak, creak. And it sounded like he was back. Good. She was ready to get this show on the road. Mitch was going down, and after that, she would face Boone. No man would ever dream of trying to hurt her after this. Not that she would let one get near enough to try. Those days were over. The doorknob jiggled. Rita's heart clawed its way up her throat. She grabbed the broken table leg and held it like a baseball bat. Inched closer to the door. Waited. Click. Go time. The door opened. She swung with all the energy she had. Given how long she'd been tied up without food, it wasn't her best, but it was enough. The wood connected with Mitch's head. He gasped, turned toward her, shock in his eyes. She only had the satisfaction of seeing that because her eyes had adjusted to the dimness. Rita hit him again. He went down, collapsed with a loud thud. She leaped over him and into the hallway. No time to stop. Just run. Get away. Light shone from the other end. "Come here," called Mitch. As if. She ran toward the light. It hurt her eyes. As they struggled to adjust, she recognized the living room. He'd brought her to his house, but to a room she'd never seen. Footsteps sounded behind her. She spun around, ready to knock him out this time. Mitch skidded to a stop and held out his hands. "Don't! Give me one good reason, you lying sack of, your husband paid me off." Rita almost dropped the table leg. "What?" "I didn't want to kidnap you, but he blackmailed me." "Of course he did." "With what?" Mitch rubbed his hair, blood coloring his skin. "I can't let you escape." "Yes, you can. If you ever loved me, then you'll let me go." "It has nothing to do with that." "Actually, it does." She clung to her weapon, inching away from him. "If you care about me, you won't hurt me any more than you already have." "If you get away before I hand you over, he'll release the documents. It'll ruin me." "And holding me prisoner won't?" He took a step closer. "You see my dilemma. I have to give you over to Boone. Then I don't get in trouble for any of it." "I should have known better than to trust a man." Beads of sweat broke out along her hairline. "You never cared about me. Boone was behind this the whole time, wasn't he? Even before we started seeing each other." Mitch looked away. "I hate you both." She swung at him. He leaned back, then grabbed the weapon. Rita yanked. He pulled. A sliver of wood dug into her flesh. Mitch gave a solid tug, bringing her within reach. "You need to let me take you to Boone. If you ever cared about me like you claimed, you won't let him ruin me." "I've already played that game, and I'm done. Boone used me as a pawn with my parents. I'm not a piece of meat." She released the weapon and raced for the door. His footsteps pounded behind her. "I can't let you escape. As much as I don't want you to get hurt, I have to watch out for myself." "You never cared about me." She reached the door. It had 3 deadbolts. She unlocked the first. His steps thundered closer. She twisted the second lock. Mitch's fingertips brushed against her back. Her hands shook as she struggled with the third one. He grabbed her arm and pulled her against him. "I hope you know how much it kills me to do this." "Then don't!" She squirmed, hitting and kicking him. "I have no other choice. I'll go to prison if he releases the papers." "You'll go there anyway for what you're doing to me." "Boone will keep me from getting in trouble for this. He won't tell anyone." "What makes you think I'm going to keep quiet?" she demanded. His grip tightened. "What did you say?" "You heard me." She bit his arm. He cried out, released his hold. She reached for the third deadbolt, unlocked it. Mitch threw her against a wall, pinned her against it. "You aren't going anywhere, ever again." Chapter 25. Damon pulled Ariana close. "We should get something to eat." She shook her head no, not looking away from the bar and grill, which was now blocked off with yellow tape. The police had ushered everyone out upon arriving. The 4 of them had been standing in the parking lot for nearly 2 hours. Damon could hardly believe everything Ari and Leah had found in Rita's office. She was pregnant, and her husband had been blackmailing her. He'd always had a sense that something was off about Boone, but had never guessed his secret was so dark. What was wrong with people like him that they couldn't just let someone go. As much as it would kill him if Ariana wanted to leave him, he wouldn't stop her. He would never dream of blackmailing her into staying. The thing that made their relationship so meaningful was that she freely gave herself to him. Anything less would be tainted. It wouldn't be love. It would be a betrayal of love. At least that reassured him his urges to hurt Boone weren't unfounded. Maybe Damon wasn't becoming his father after all. He simply had good instincts, and he sensed someone who had more in common with Cal Jones than he himself did.
"Let me see those pictures again," Charles said.
Leah handed him her phone. He scrolled, muttering in disbelief.
"I always knew something was off about that guy. But to treat his wife that way? I can't even imagine."
"You and me both," Damon said. "I keep trying to make sense of it." "Don't bother," Ariana said. "There's no point in trying to understand a psychopath." She knew from experience. And Damon should have known too. But the crazies in her life weren't her relatives. He had to come to terms with the fact that his own father had enjoyed killing people. Every time he thought he had accepted it, he proved himself wrong. It was possible he would never fully come to accept it, not without changing the way he viewed himself. He wasn't his dad, but he came from him. They were connected, whether he liked it or not.
"Why don't we go home?" Charles said. "It's getting cold, and it isn't like we're able to help."
"We want to watch," Leah said. "It's the only thing we can do for Rita."
"I can order a pizza to be delivered."
"I'm not hungry," Leah said. "And I can't eat while watching the police take Rita's things," Ariana said. Damon and Charles exchanged worried glances. Their wives were both visibly exhausted, but there was no convincing them to get rest or nourishment. Not that he could blame them. He found a blanket in his car and spread it out over the hood.
"Would you two at least have a seat?"
They did. Damon and Charles both leaned against the car with their arms around their traumatized wives. "Do you think she's okay?" Leah asked.
"She's strong," Charles said.
"But she's also pregnant. What if the father is furious? Or the other guy found out and wants her dead?" Leah shuddered. "It all makes my head spin," Ariana said. "I wish she had come to us. We could have helped."
"This might not have anything to do with the pregnancy,"
Damon said. "I don't care what it has to do with," Ari said. "I just want Rita back safe and sound. When I see her, I'm going to give her a hug and never let go." "You'll have to push me out of the way first," Leah said, "because I'm not letting her go either." One of the police cruisers lit up like a Christmas tree. The siren wailed, and it peeled out of the parking lot. Chatter sounded over the radios. Another car raced away. Ariana and Leah both leaped to the ground. Damon moved closer to the cars, trying to hear what anyone said. It all sounded like a jumbled mess. An officer glared at him.
"You need to back up, sir. We already directed you to stay near your cars."
"What's going on?"
"There's an emergency."
"Regarding what?" Damon asked.
"Back up," the officer repeated. "Don't make me say it again."
Damon drew a deep breath, but did as he was told. "What's going on?" Ariana asked.
"They won't tell me."
"Can you get your dad to find out?" Leah asked. "I can't keep asking favors," Ari said. "But this is for Rita." "Right, but there's only so much he can do without getting into trouble." Let's see if the detective will tell us anything. Ariana marched toward the cruisers. Leah ran after her. Charles turned to Damon.
Should we go with them?
We'd be better off warming up the cars. I have a feeling the cops are going to want us to leave after this. Another cruiser zoomed down the street, siren blaring.
Something big is going on,
Damon said. I hardly ever see one police car racing down a road, much less several.
Isn't there an app to listen to scanners?
Probably. Damon moved so he could see Ariana and Leah. They were talking to Detective Rojas. She didn't look angry. That was a good sign.
I'm going over there,
Charles said. Damon went with them. Ariana and Leah were looking at something the detective was showing them on a tablet. They both looked pale.
What's the matter?
Charles said. Leah pointed to the screen. Tears shone in Ariana's eyes. Damon raced over to look. The screen showed a bloody shirt.
Is that Rita's?
He asked. Ari and Leah both nodded yes. Damon pulled Ariana into an embrace.
Are you sure? Maybe it just looks like one she owns.
Did you see her initials monogrammed on it? Leah asked, sniffling.
I don't know why she'd be wearing it,
Ariana said.
She hated that thing. Said it was Boone's way of trying to show ownership over her.
He really is a piece of crap, isn't he? Damon said.
It's looking more like he's worse than we ever thought possible,
she said. But was he capable of murder? Chapter 26. Ariana stared in disbelief at the screen.
He has some nerve.
Boone's a good actor, Damon said. He's been fooling us the entire time we've lived here.
I always knew he was a jerk. Rita made that more than clear. But this, I have no words.
She turned her attention back to Boone's performance on the evening news. It was award-worthy. He wiped tears away again and sniffled into the mic.
I just can't believe she's dead. This whole time we've been searching, I never once lost hope of finding her alive.
Ariana swore at him and looked for something to throw at the TV, though she'd be better off waiting until he got home, when she could actually hit him with something that could hurt. Nothing would be more satisfying than that. Even if he hadn't been the one to kidnap Rita, he was still at fault. That jerk had pushed her away. He treated her like a possession rather than a wife. And he'd had the nerve to openly cheat on her. Not once did he worry about what she would think, or if anything he did or said would hurt her. And now he was convincing the world that he was a broken husband, that someone had wronged him. He had the alibi, the cover story, could pretend to actually care. If there was any justice in the world, the police would find enough evidence to arrest him for something. Blackmail was illegal, though Ariana had no idea what the consequences would be. If anything, some people got away with anything, including murder. And Boone could easily be one of them. He needed to pay for his part in this, if nothing else than for the horrible ways he had treated Rita. And if she really was dead, Ariana would find a way to dole out justice if the authorities failed. She could find a way to mess with his head, make him think he was going crazy. That was what he'd done to Rita at first, but then she woke up to what was really going on. Boone had spent the entirety of their marriage gaslighting and controlling her. It wasn't a huge leap to believe he would hurt her. He'd been willing to burn down her bar and grill out of jealousy. The man needed to be exposed. But they'd signed those stupid NDAs. She needed to read the fine print, find out if there was any loophole out of it. If she'd been thinking straight, she would have had a lawyer look it over first. But she hadn't been. Not with Rita missing. Not with Boone threatening her. And the cops hadn't even cared about his threats. Did he know someone on the inside of the department? Was that how he got away with so much? That was the only thing that made sense. Ariana leaped up and paced the room, muttering. Damon gave her a sympathetic glance. Do you want to search for her? Where? Near where the shirt was found. I'm sure the police have the whole area blocked off. He got up. We won't know unless we try. They aren't telling anyone where they found the shirt. I recognized a building in the background of the picture the detective showed us, he said. It was blurred out when shown to the public. Ariana's breath hitched. Where was it? Why didn't you say anything before? I didn't put it together until just now. At first, all I could think about was the blood. What was the building? There's an old warehouse not too far from the freeway entrance. It's behind some trees, so it's easy to miss. How are you so familiar with it then? Charles and I have gone hiking out that way several times, he said. We even talked about the faded painting on the side of it. I think it was the name of the old business, but he's convinced it was. I don't need the whole story, she said. If there's a chance Rita's out that way, I want to look. She may be bloodied and barely hanging on to life. Every moment counts. Let's go. Okay, but I can't make any guarantees. The police might not let us anywhere near there. But you said there's woods there. We can go in at a different place. Trees make great cover. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. Her shirt was found bloody. We could be walking into anything. Rita would do this for me. I don't care what I see. If it's bad, I'll go to therapy. It isn't like it would be the first time. I'll need it anyway if my friend's husband... Her voice trailed off, and she couldn't finish the sentence. Damon wrapped his arms around her, and she accepted his comfort. The thought of finding Rita dead was more than disturbing, but she had to do something. So much time had already passed. Hopefully, they would be able to find the truth. If Mitch took her, then he needed to face the consequences. Same thing if it was Boone. It could be either one of them, despite Boone's alibi. He had too many reasons to want his wife out of the picture. He could easily be holding NDAs over other people's heads, too. Ariana pulled away from Damon's hold. Let's go. I can't wait another moment. I'll grab some water bottles. We're going to get thirsty hiking through the woods. And I'm going to make sure my phone's battery is charged. We might need pictures. Or to call someone, he said. Mine's charging now, so we can use that if yours is low. They went in separate directions. Ariana found her phone in the kitchen and realized she was hungry. She warmed up some leftovers. They needed to be at the top of their game while they were searching. When Damon came into the kitchen with an armload of bottled waters, she offered him food. Good thinking. Who knows how long we'll be out there. By the time they walked out the front door, nearly an hour had gone by since they decided to head toward the woods. Thankfully, Damon drove, because her mind ran crazy. Not only thoughts of what could have happened to Rita, but also flashbacks to her own traumas. If only she could forget. But she probably never would, and events like this would only keep bringing them to the forefront of her mind. She needed to stop trying to protect herself. Part of moving to the gated community had been to insulate herself from crime. So much for that. Damon parked the car on the side of a quiet road, across from a thick forest. She remembered running in the dark from a predator, hiding behind trees, trying not to breathe. A child needing to outwit an adult. "You ready?" Damon asked. Ariana drew a deep breath. She was safe now, had been for years. "We can go back if you've changed your mind," he said. "No, I need to do this." "Okay, let's go." He got out of the car and grabbed his backpack full of water and other emergency supplies. She threw hers over her shoulders. It was lighter than his, not holding as much stuff, just enough to get her through the night if they got separated. They were nothing if not prepared. He remote-locked the car and studied the edge of the woods. "How far are we from that warehouse?" she asked. "It's just up the road a little. It'll take us all of 5 minutes to hike there." "Let's do it." Stepping into the woods brought back so many memories. The scents of moist dirt, pine trees, and the immediate cover of darkness. It could easily be any other forest she'd been in. But it wasn't. And Rita needed her. That was the only thing that mattered. "Where's the warehouse?" she asked. "This way." Damon led her through a well-used path. At least that meant a lot of people had traveled this way. It was safe. It was a good thing Ari had given up her pre-law studies. She would make the worst cop, scared of every little thing because of something that happened to her at 11. Not to mention, there it is. Damon pointed between some trees. It took her a moment to see it through the thick covering. "Are the police still there?" "I can't tell." "Let's check." She marched ahead, not stopping until she reached the edge of the trees. 6 officers wandered around. Part of the grassy field had been blocked off with police tape, and it went to the warehouse and to part of the forest. "Looks like less than were here on the news report," Damon said. "Some of them could be in the woods. What'll we say if we run into them?" He patted his backpack. "We're just a couple of hikers." Not that they'd believe it. By this point, most of the police force would recognize them as Rita's friends. They would just have to be careful to avoid them. Chapter 27. Ariana finished another water and shoved the empty bottle into her backpack. It was dark out, and it felt like they'd been searching for a week. It had only been a few hours, but they'd found nothing. Nothing. They were either looking in the wrong place, or Rita had left no clues here. Or the shirt had been planted to throw everyone off. She didn't want to even think about that possibility, unless it meant that Rita was still alive, and the blood on the shirt wasn't even hers. Damon shone his light around. "Looks like we're near the edge of the woods." Leaving felt like giving up, but she needed sleep. Every muscle ached. All she wanted was to climb into their soft bed and fall into a deep slumber. Maybe she'd even wake to good news. "Are you okay?" Damon asked, taking her hand in his. "I can't believe we didn't find anything. Not even litter from other hikers." "It's possible we covered ground the cops already searched." "She has to be somewhere else." "Or deeper in the woods," he said. "We've barely scratched the surface." A lump formed in her throat. They might never find Rita. She hated that thought, but the more she learned about Boone, the more likely it seemed that he was capable of hiding something so horrific. He could find others to do the dirty work and NDA them into silence. "Uh-oh," Damon said, and stopped at the edge of the trees. Police cruisers were now parked on either side of his car. 2 officers spoke with each other. "What's going on?" Ariana asked. "That's what I want to know." "Wait, What if they plan to arrest us?
For what? He asked.
Looking for Rita. The detective told us to let them handle it.
They can't arrest us for hiking in the woods.
But they could charge us for something, she insisted. We went against what they told us.
We'll fight it. Any of my dad's old attorneys would help me in a heartbeat.
I'm not sure I'd want their help. He laced his fingers through hers.
Let's find out what's going on. I'm positive they can't charge us with anything.
She would have to lean on his certainty. They crossed the street, and she stood as tall as possible, trying not to reveal either her fear or her exhaustion.
Damon and Ariana Jones? Asked one of the officers, his tone grave.
Ari's stomach lurched. Either they were in trouble, or they had bad news about Rita.
Yes,
Damon said.
What's this about? We need to inform you of something.
Ariana cried out. You found Rita! The other officer shook her head. No, this doesn't have anything to do with your missing friend.
What then?
I'm sorry to have to tell you that your house is on fire. Ariana stared, unblinking, unable to speak, unable to process her words.
Fire?
Damon exclaimed. Yes, it's all over the police radio. Firefighters are on the scene, fighting the blaze. How bad is it? Ariana asked. I don't know, she said, but I'll follow you to make sure you get there safely. Everything went by in a blur as she and Damon climbed into his car and headed back home. Neither spoke. The police had to be wrong. Why would their home be on fire? They always checked the stove before leaving.
Boone.
He'd already admitted to buying supplies to torch Rita's bar and grill. He would care even less about Ari and Damon's house. The man had nothing to lose. Before they reached their community gate, the emergency lights shone and bounced. Her heart sank, the reality of the situation hitting like a punch to the gut. Their home was burning. The guard offered his condolences as he waved them in. Lights grew brighter and sirens sounded as they neared their street. Damon turned to her.
Are you ready for this?
No.
Me neither.
He turned on their road. Flames lit everything. A crowd gathered down the street. 3 large fire trucks blocked their view of the house. Was it only a surface fire, or would it destroy everything they owned? Tears blurred her vision. This can't be real. It can't. Damon pulled over 2 blocks down from the house. It was the closest they could get. Then he unbuckled and held her, maneuvering around the center console.
I'll kill him.
Don't say that. Why not? He's probably killed Rita and now he's torched our house. I don't want to think about Boone.
If he shows his face, be prepared to bail me out of jail. I can't make any promises.
Please don't talk like that, she said. Not now. I need you.
And I'm here for you.
He drew a deep breath and held it for a moment.
Let's go see the damage.
The lump in her throat grew even bigger as she exited the car and took in the crowd. Every one of their neighbors had to be there, given the size of the group gathered. Smoke filled the air, and its stench clung to her nose and mouth. Damon put a stiff arm around her shoulders. "Are you okay?" she asked.
I'm going to have to be.
That isn't what I asked.
We'll get through this,
he said.
No matter how bad it is. You're safe, and that's all that matters to me.
Everything else can be replaced. At least he wasn't talking about killing Boone. She couldn't stomach the thought of Damon going to jail. That neighbor wasn't worth it. Leah ran toward them as they approached the crowd, throwing her arms around Ariana and crying, "I can't believe it!" It had to be bad if she was this upset. Ariana held her, not trusting her voice. One word and she would likely crumble into a sobbing mess. "Where's Charles?" Damon asked. "As close to your house as possible," she said. "He's speaking with one of the firefighters." "You stay with Ari." He hurried away, disappearing into the throng of onlookers. "Did you see anything?" Ariana asked, and cleared her throat. Tears streamed down her face, but she was holding herself together. For now. "No," Leah said. "Charles and I were scrolling the news feeds for any updates when we heard the sirens. By then it was already roaring." "How bad is it now?" "It's engulfed. I'm so sorry, sweetie." "Engulfed?" Ariana pulled away from her friend and threw up in the nearest bush. Leah rubbed her back. "I'm so sorry this is happening, sweetie. And at the same time Rita's missing. It's too much." "It's connected." "Are you sure?" "Positive." "How can you know?" Leah asked. "Because Boone had all the supplies he needed to commit arson. His NDA was null and void the moment he set their home on fire, as far as she was concerned." Leah arched her brows. "Really?" "That's how he proved himself innocent of abducting Rita. He couldn't have taken her then because he had receipts proving he was out buying fire accelerants at the time." "When did you find this out?" "It doesn't matter," Ari said. "I need to see my house." "Of course." Leah ordered people out of their way as they maneuvered through the crowd. Several large hoses sprayed water at her house. Others showered neighboring homes, including Leah and Charles's, to protect them from the flames destroying everything Ariana and Damon owned. She looked around for Boone. The weasel was nowhere in sight. Chapter 28. The flames lit up the night sky, and the neighborhood looked like day. Boone would be proud when he saw the work on video later. Mitch lowered his hat and ducked behind some onlookers. Not that he needed to worry much about hiding. Everyone was focused on the blaze. His handiwork. Their plan was perfect. The police had no clue that Mitch even existed, so they didn't know to keep an eye out for him. He was able to do Boone's dirty work, giving his boss the alibis he needed. And soon he'd get a huge increase in his income. Everything was about to pay off. Now those nosy neighbors would be off Boone's back for good. This sent the message loud and clear. The NDA hadn't worked. Those two had still gone to the woods to look for Rita. Who knew Rita had such loyal friends? She was so shallow, he couldn't imagine them talking about anything deeper than where to get their next manicure. In the beginning, it had been torture faking the relationship with her, pretending to find her fascinating. The woman droned on about the most boring topics. She was enamored with herself and nothing else. If Boone hadn't been paying him, he wouldn't have lasted more than an hour with her at first. Even her looks weren't enough of a draw. Once she opened her pie hole, all attraction waned. But after the months of Mitch's influence, Rita was shaping up into the kind of woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Now she was capable of intelligent conversation. It was just a matter of domesticating her. Then she would hand over the reins of the restaurant to him, so he could run it while she kept the house. Boone wanted her dead, and that posed a problem now that Mitch wanted to keep her. He needed to figure a way out of that before Boone showed up and finished the job. Maybe he would have to hurt Rita enough to convince Boone she was dead. Then he could secretly keep her alive and all to himself. The thought sent a wave of warmth through him. With one more glance at the fire, he inched away from the crowd. Rita was his. It was time. He needed to be quick before Boone decided to make his move to kill her. Chapter 29. Damon kissed Ariana and tucked the blankets around her. She didn't stir. He waited a moment before slipping out of the guest bed and tiptoeing downstairs. The house was dim and quiet. He grabbed a glass of water and sipped it, watching across the street. Leah and Charles didn't have as good of a view of Boone and Rita's house, but it was enough. All the lights were dark, and Boone's car wasn't out front. Would probably stay that way. Their neighbor was a jerk. And an arsonist, and probably a killer. But he wasn't stupid. He'd already admitted to the police he had the items to set a building on fire. Now Damon and Ariana's home was ash. The blaze had been so hot and so fast to spread through the house, nothing could be saved. Nothing. He was in shock and couldn't comprehend the news no matter how many times he thought the words, pictured the flames. At least everything could be replaced. They didn't have pets or people who had perished inside. Even their laptops had everything saved to the cloud. Insurance would pay for the rest, and even if it didn't cover everything, they still had his dad's money for whatever was left over. Not that money could fix their trauma. They both knew that, after everything they'd already been through. It was one thing to know everything could be replaced, but it was something else altogether to watch their home burn to the ground. It would also take time to rebuild. He didn't want to wear out their welcome with Leah and Charles. It was one thing to live next to someone, but living within the same walls could ruin friendships. He and Ari might be better off renting a hotel room for a while. "Looking for Boone?" Charles asked. "I hope I didn't wake you," Damon said. "No, I couldn't sleep either. I keep trying to wrap my mind around the fire. Everything's gone." Charles patted his shoulder. "You two can stay here as long as you need to. At least that's one thing you don't have to worry about." "We appreciate your generosity, but nothing. What else are friends for? You'd do the same for us." Damon couldn't deny that. "Besides, the house is over 4,000 square feet. If you get sick of us, you have plenty of room to hide." "Sick of you? That wasn't my concern." "We won't get tired of you, so there's no problem. Want a beer? I could find a movie to stream. It'd be more exciting than watching for Boone. He isn't going to show his face anytime soon. Not if he already admitted to the police that he's an arsonist." He hadn't done anything at that point. And now he has. "We don't know that my house was arson." Charles lifted a brow. "Are you kidding? Did you see how fast those flames spread?" "It was already engulfed by the time we got here. They're going to call it arson. Trust me." Anger boiled in his chest. He should have done something about Boone long before he torched the house. Instead of confronting him, he should have met him somewhere secluded and beat him to a pulp. "I'm going to get the beers," Charles said.
Any movie you want to watch? Fight Club. Interesting choice. I'll see if it's streaming. Charles disappeared into the other room. Damon turned his attention back to the house across the street. If he wouldn't go to jail, he'd set it on fire himself. No, he wasn't like that. But it was fun to imagine, just like beating the crap out of Boone. The urges weren't him. Those were the one remaining gift from his dad. And if he had to fight them every day for the rest of his life, he would. His mother's kindness was more a part of him than his dad's violence would ever be. Plus, he was his own person, and he wanted to give Ariana the best. I found it, Charles called from the other room. Damon stepped away from the window, but a small movement caught his attention across the street. He pressed his nose against the glass and squinted. Something moved in the shadows near the house. You coming? Charles called. Hold on. Damon didn't budge. No more movement. Maybe he'd imagined it. Psst. Psst. The sound of Charles opening the bottles. Another movement in the shadows. Damon moved around, trying to get a better look. Are you going to make me drink this all by myself? Charles asked. Come look at this. Charles came over. What is it? Do you see anything across the street? No. I keep seeing movement. At Boone and Rita's? Yeah, Damon said. There it is again. Charles nudged him out of the way. Where exactly? To the left, near the bushes. It's dark out, and one of those street lamps is out. I don't know how you can see anything. Something is moving over there. I don't see anything, Charles said. Just wait. The movie would be more exciting. I'm telling you, I think Boone is sneaking into his own house. You think he'd do that? He knows Ari and I would be looking for him. He's admitted to having arson supplies so he could burn down Rita's restaurant. Criminals do like returning to the scene of the crime. Exactly. Coming back kills two birds with, I see something. What? Movement in the shadows, like you said. Damon tried to see around him. Is it Boone? Can't tell. That's what's so frustrating. There it is again. How'd he get past the gate? Damon asked. I'm sure the police would have told the guards to be on the lookout for him. They know about his arson supplies. They should have arrested him. There's no evidence he actually committed any crime, either arson or kidnapping. Charles grumbled and pressed his face against the window. If that's him out there, he's taking his time. Maybe he sees us? Damon asked. Then he wouldn't move at all. I'm going upstairs to see if I can get a better view. You stay here and make sure we don't miss anything. Damon hurried up to the second level and to the nearest window. Definitely a better view from here. Not that he could see Boone. It was still the middle of the night with limited lighting, and if Boone didn't want to be seen, he would be careful. But Damon would be more patient. He'd wait for the creep to slip up. He grabbed his phone from his pocket, ready to call the police the moment he was certain Boone was there. Another movement. Damon froze, waited. Someone dressed all in black darted in front of the house across the street, ducking low and looking around. It was impossible to tell if it was Boone, but it was someone. Could be a prowler. He snapped a blurry picture with his phone and called 911 while heading downstairs and explaining the situation to the dispatcher. Charles was also on the phone.
Damon raced upstairs to get Ariana. Chapter 30. Ariana tried to make sense of what Damon said. "You found Boone?" Now he was speaking to someone on the phone. He'd just pulled her from a dream about running from her long-dead murderous kidnapper while escaping from a blazing fire. The fire aspect was new to her dreams. It was pretty bad when life was barely better than her nightmares. Damon turned to her. "Boone's across the street." "You're sure?" "Not entirely, but someone is. I don't see who else it would be." "The exterminator?" "My bet's on Boone," Damon said, and spoke into the phone again. Ariana got out of bed and dug through the clothes Leah had given her. She found a hoodie to pull over the silk pajama set of Leah's that she wore. Luckily, they were almost the same size, though she'd have worn just about anything, given that everything she owned was now ash. She choked up at the thought. She was grateful that everything could be replaced, but that didn't remove the fact that the fire was a massive violation. Another trauma to add to the list. Damon waved her out of the guest room. She followed him, trying to push the thoughts from her mind. The images wouldn't leave. Ari leaned against a wall and closed her eyes, imagined her last therapist telling her to follow her moving fingers while talking about traumatic events. The EMDR treatment had helped to remove the pain from the memories. Until Rita disappeared. Ariana let the memories flow, giving in to the fear and anger. And not having a finger to follow, she moved her eyeballs back and forth, as if in therapy. She opened her eyes. A wave of relief washed through her. Not as strongly as from a session with the actual professional, but much of the overpowering emotion was gone. Enough that she could move on, focus on the moment. Damon appeared at the top of the stairs. "I thought you were coming." "I'm going to get Leah," she said. "I'll meet you downstairs." He nodded and disappeared down the staircase. She drew in a deep breath and held it. Then she raced to wake Leah, who flew out of bed, talking a mile a minute. They hurried downstairs together. Both of their husbands were on their phones, looking out a window. "What are we waiting for?" Leah demanded. "The four of us can take him." "The police are on their way," Charles said. "And they're almost here," Damon said. "They've been patrolling the area." Red and blue lights bounced through the glass as two cruisers turned down the street. "I'm going outside," Leah said, and opened the front door. Ariana followed her. Both guys got off their phones and joined them on the sidewalk. The air still stunk of wet ashes, the only thing remaining of Ariana and Damon's house and belongings. She covered her eyes and moved them around, pretending to follow her therapist's finger. The heaviness subsided. She would still need more therapy after this, but at least she could get through the night. If only they could find Rita. 4 officers exited the cars. 2 went around the right side of the house, and the other 2 took to the left. Ariana held her breath. Was Boone actually sneaking into his own house? She wouldn't put it past him. Nothing was unbelievable at this point. A few minutes passed. Felt like hours. 2 officers came around front with someone cuffed. He was dressed all in black, making it impossible to see who he was. Could have been anyone. "Is that Boone?" Leah asked. "Can't tell," Damon said. They all inched closer until they had crossed the street. Police lights bounced on the man, exposing his face. The exterminator. Ariana's instinct had been right. "Are you Mitch?" she called. One of the police motioned for them to leave. He was snooping around earlier, Ariana said. There's proof of Mitch and Rita's things, the stuff you all took from her office. She wanted to break up with him. He knows where Rita is.
You need to leave, said the officer. Another one came over to her. Do you have proof that this is Mitch?
Yes, and it all adds up. Rita went missing after she tried to break up with Mitch. If you look through the photos from her office, you'll see it's him. He knows where she is.
The first cop ordered her to leave.
You have to believe me, Ariana insisted. He knows where Rita is.
She looked at Mitch.
Tell them.
He gave her a smug grin. I'll talk, but only if granted immunity. Boone's the one who has her now. So you admit to having taken her? Said an officer. I'm not speaking until I have immunity.
Where is she?
Leah demanded. Mitch looked at one of the cops. Are you going to let them treat me like this? A woman's life is on the line. You need to tell us where she is. Then we can talk about immunity. There's a cabin in the woods, not far from where you found the bloody... He stopped. Go on, the officer urged. Mitch pursed his lips and shook his head no.
Ariana's heart raced. Is she alive?
He sucked his lips in and closed his eyes. Damon met Ari's gaze. They knew where the woods were. Not that they'd found a cabin, but they'd explored enough of the area to know where not to look. They could potentially find Rita before the cops, assuming Mitch could be believed. It was the only thing they had to go on. She would risk it all for her friend. They ran across the street. There was no time to lose. Chapter 31. Ariana turned off her flashlight to save the battery. If there's no cabin, I'm going to break into the jail and beat Mitch within an inch of his life. Damon shone his light ahead. Let's keep looking.
We've been at this for hours.
He checked his phone. Just over 90 minutes. Your point? She asked. There's still a lot of ground to cover. Leah and Charles are also looking, plus the police have the cabin's location. Nobody's called us saying they found anything. That's why we have to keep looking. I feel like Mitch has us going on a wild goose chase. He was asking for immunity, remember? We need to keep going. Ariana turned her flashlight back on and continued forward with Damon. But she couldn't shake the feeling this was all a big joke, at least to Mitch. She texted Leah, who confirmed they hadn't found anything either. Then she put her phone away and called for Rita. The trees swallowed up her voice. If her friend was hiding nearby, she wouldn't hear a thing. If it were legal, she'd force Mitch to give up Rita's location. He was lying. There was no other option. Not unless they found the supposed cabin anytime soon. That wasn't looking likely. Hot, angry tears threatened. What had Rita done to deserve this? What had any of them? She and Damon didn't deserve to lose everything in a fire. It was all too much. And for what? Why did Boone have to go to so much trouble to make other people miserable? When normal people wanted out of a marriage, they got a divorce. They didn't abduct their wives. She still couldn't wrap her mind around Boone and Mitch working together on that. If what Mitch had told the police held any truth. That was yet to be seen. Damon stopped. Ari bumped into him.
Do you see something?
Look. He shone his light into the distance. Shadows.
What is it?
I think it's a cabin. Her heart climbed up her throat.
Really?
They continued on, and after a few steps,
It looked like a wall beyond the trees. "See it now?" he asked. "I hope you're right." Ariana could hardly breathe as they neared the little building. Moss grew on the roof and walls. Much of the wood was in various states of rot. Rita couldn't be in there, could she? The little shack looked like it would collapse if someone sneezed. "Stay by me," Damon said. "We should split up, cover more ground." Boone could be anywhere. She held up her pepper spray. "I'm covered." "Not if he has a gun." Damon patted his pocket. She relented, then remembered to text Leah about the tiny cabin. The little building had no lights, no signs of life. Ari's heart ached for Rita, thinking of her in there all of this time. But then her spirits lifted, imagining her release. It only took about a minute to circle the building. Damon gestured toward the door. Ariana looked in a window. A curtain blocked her view. She joined Damon at the door. He twisted the knob. Locked. "Want me to pick it?" "No time." He backed up and kicked the door. It fell over, leaving the hinges and a knob attached to the frame. A plume of dust rose above it. Ari held her pepper spray in position. If anyone was inside, they'd have heard the noise. Damon inched closer, shining his flashlight around a tiny, dilapidated living room. Nobody in there. "Let's find Rita," he said. The structure still looked ready to collapse, but she would risk it for her friend. Damon went in first. The door cracked and groaned under his weight. Ariana followed. Dust tickled her nose. She sneezed, waited for the walls to fall on them, or someone to appear, guns blazing. They didn't. She sighed in relief, taking in more dust, covered her mouth and nose, followed Damon down a hall into a little bathroom with no place to hide, then to a bedroom the size of a closet. Empty. They continued down the hall and circled back to the living room. The cabin would hardly be livable in its prime. It was dangerous now. Ariana walked through one more time, double-checked under the twin-sized bed, behind doors. There wasn't anywhere to hide. No place to lock someone. The walls would fall as easily as the door. Not that it mattered. Rita wasn't there. Chapter 32. Rita stared at the door, trapped inside the room again. Bars keeping her from leaving through the window, and locks keeping the door in place. The bars made her wonder how many other women Mitch had locked up. It wasn't like any neighborhood in their town required bars. And while his wasn't as expensive as the homes in Rosie Hills, his community was nearly as safe. It backed up to the woods, as evidenced by her view, but if she could get out while he wasn't home, she could go to a neighbor's house to call for help. It was only a matter of getting out. However, that was easier said than done. She'd already tried and given up on breaking down the door. Brute force hadn't worked. Neither had hitting it with the side table. What she needed was a key, or some way to pick the lock. Not that she knew how, but she could figure it out. If she had something to do that with, which she didn't, she'd have to start wearing bobby pins like in the old shows she grew up watching. But for now, she'd have to make do with whatever she could find in the room. Without a light in the dark room. Even with the curtains pulled back, the night sky barely let in any light, and the woods behind the house didn't help matters. She pressed her ear against the door. All was quiet on the other side. Mitch left her alone most of the time. She had to find a way out before he returned. Rita knelt on all fours, trying to ignore how gross the floor was. Patches of the carpeting were damp, and down this low, the air smelled of stale urine. More signs that she wasn't the first to be locked in the room. Had the other women gotten away? Or had he killed them? She couldn't think about that now. Not that their fates had anything to do with hers. None of them were Rita Walker. She would escape. First, she had to find something to pick the lock with, or to yank the knob off. That would work too. She had to be prepared for anything. She would not spend another night in this room. Rita felt around, digging in the carpet for anything useful. No bobby pins, no tweezers, nothing. She might have to go back to hitting the door with the side table. Her shoulders ached at the thought. The only thing that mattered was escaping. If she injured herself, she could get to a hospital and get fitted for a cast, or get a surgery if it came down to that. At least she would be alive. The only thing that mattered. Jiggle, jiggle. She bolted upright. Click. The door. Knock, knock. Rita rose and looked around for something to use as a weapon. "Are you in there?" That wasn't Mitch's voice. Boone. "Oh, Rita, I can't hear you." His sing-song voice was creepy as hell. She backed up as far away from the door as possible, pressing her back against the wall. What was he doing in Mitch's house? Jiggle, jiggle. Breathing hard, she looked around. Nothing was within reach. Mitch had removed anything that would be useful. "Let me in, my wife." "Don't call me that!" Rita covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. "You are in there." She crept around, looking for anything she could use against him. The ropes. Maybe she could get one loose from the bed. It was her only option. Knock, knock. She had to loosen it fast. The nearest one was too tight. She hurried to the next one. It gave a little. "Are you toying with me, my pet?" Boone called from the other side of the door. Rita bit back a comeback. Focused on the knot. It wasn't loosening as easily as she'd have liked, but it gave more than the other one. Come out, wherever you are." She dug her nails into the rope. Pulled. It came loose. "Were you expecting Mitch?" Boone asked. A chill ran down her back. Of course he knew about Mitch. Just like she knew about Brittany and Samantha, Lucy, Kate. But he wasn't the one locked in a room in either of their homes. Jiggle, click. "Looky here, my pet. It's unlocked." She pulled the rope free, hid it behind her back. The door flung open, banged against the wall. Rita's breath hitched. Boone's outline was barely visible in the dark. "Where's my Rita?" She resisted the urge to tell him she wasn't his. "You may as well come to me," he said. "I'm going to find you either way." Rita tightened the rope behind her, inched away from him. He stepped into the room. "You've caused quite a stir." She used the wall as a guide to keep moving away from him, checked to make sure she wouldn't bump into anything. Any noise would alert him to her location. "Aren't you curious about what's been going on in your absence?" he asked. He took another step, this time closer to her. Rita froze, waited. "There's no point in hiding. I'll find you." She pressed her back against the wall, moved closer toward the door, her only chance of escape. "I always win," he said. "You know that. Give up now." Rita charged for him, crashed into him, knocked him back several feet. He landed against the wall, gasped. She ran into the hallway. Mitch had caught her the last time she got out. Boone would not. Rita turned off the lights as she went, took in as much of the rooms as she could before the darkness shrouded everything. Footsteps sounded behind her. That was a big mistake. Almost to the front door. Light shone all around, blinding her, hurting her eyes. Boone cackled. Finally have you where I want you. She reached for the locks, twisted the top one. 2 more to go. Not so fast, my pretty. Are you the Wicked Witch of the West now? You can speak, he said. Rita struggled with the second lock. It resisted, sticking in place. He lunged for her. She darted out of the way, ran for a window, tried to unlock it. Boone grabbed at her, barely missed. Rita raced around him. This is the most fun we've had in a long time, he laughed. She told him where to go. He laughed even harder. Rita reached the door again. This time, the second deadbolt unlocked. Fingers grasped her arm. Gotcha! She spun around, hit his jaw, managed to keep the rope in her other hand. Boone rubbed his face. You have grit. I always liked that about you. Rita kicked his knee. He toppled over. She turned the knob. It didn't budge. Rita twisted the lock on it. Fingers wrapped around her ankles. She kicked. Boone tightened his grip. Rita lost her balance, fell on top of him, dropped the rope. He rolled on top of it, pinned her to the ground. Now I have you where I want you. She kneed him in the groin. Boone doubled over. Rita jumped up, hid the rope behind her, pulled it tight. He stumbled to standing, glowered at her. She raced around him, reached over his head, yanked the rope toward her. Gagging, he reached for it. Rita forced him backward. He said something. It didn't make sense. Now who has who? She asked. Boone sputtered. What was that? I couldn't make that out. Are you having trouble breathing? Why would that be? He said something unintelligible. His fight weakened. His arms fell to his sides. She let go of one side of the rope. Boone stumbled, gasped, his eyes wild. Rita shoved him and ran for the door, fumbled with the lock. It twisted. She turned the knob, opened the door, ran outside. Freedom! Rita! Boone called, his voice scratchy. Not quite free yet. She headed for the nearest house and pounded on the door. Chapter 33. Ariana rubbed her temples. Not that it helped the pounding headache. She turned off the radio. At least they still had their cars, despite the fire. Are you going to answer that? Damon asked. I thought that was my head pounding. She dug into her purse and checked her phone. Who is it? The detective. Ariana accepted the call. Hello? I have good news. You found her? Damon pulled the car to the side of the road and stared at her. Ari put it on speaker. I haven't seen her, said Detective Rojas, but someone called 911 claiming to be Rita Walker. Everything disappeared around Ariana. Had she heard right? Where is she? Damon asked. In the Shady Ferns neighborhood. Ariana exchanged a bewildered glance with Damon. That area was clear across town, in the opposite direction of where they'd found the shack. She's in Shady Ferns? Ariana asked. Allegedly. I'm on my way now. So are we. Stay home and let us handle this. Home? Ariana asked. I'm sorry. Please stay where you're at. We need to make sure Rita's safe. It will be some time before you'll be able to see her. I'll keep you updated. She ended the call. Ari shoved the phone in her purse. She's crazy if she thinks I'm going to sit around and wait to hear if the person in Shady Ferns is Rita.
Then we'll head over.
Damon pulled back onto the road and turned around.
Do you think it's really her? I hope it isn't a prank.
That would be cruel. Halfway there, she remembered to call Leah with the good news. She and Charles also decided to go and see if it was really Rita. The detective would have to use force to keep them from their missing friend. When Damon turned into the massive neighborhood, there was no question which way to go. Blue and red lights bounced off homes and trees. There were half a dozen police cruisers, 2 ambulances, and even a fire truck. Busy night for the emergency workers of their small town. Ariana prayed for Rita's safety. She practically flew out of the car the moment Damon parked. A crowd had gathered, even at this hour. She pushed her way through until she reached the front. Someone sat inside one of the ambulances, wrapped in a yellow blanket. She had Rita's hair color and length. "Rita!" Ariana called. She turned in her direction. It was her. Ariana burst into tears, ran under police tape, and threw her arms around her friend. Rita clung to her, and they both sobbed. Someone told Ariana she needed to move behind the line. She ignored him.
"Are you okay?"
Ariana asked between gulps of air.
"I've been better, but I'm alive.
We've been looking for you nonstop. They arrested Mitch earlier tonight."
"Good."
Rita pointed to a cop car.
"And they got Boone, too."
Boone sat in the back of a cruiser, his face contorted. "They better lock him up for life," Ariana said.
"I'll see to that."
Rita's brows drew together, and she stared at her husband. Leah ran over, wrapping her arms around the both of them. Ari's tears ran afresh.
"I saw Boone," Leah said. "Did he abduct you, or was it Mitch?"
"Mitch.
But they were working together the whole time." "Is he not happy unless he's destroying someone's life?"
Leah asked. "No," Rita said. "Did he do something else?"
"He threatened us,"
Ari said.
"That isn't all,"
Leah said.
"She doesn't need to hear about that now."
"Hear about what?" Rita asked.
"Don't worry about it,"
Ari said.
"You have enough on your plate."
"What did he do? You know I won't stop bothering you until you tell me." Ari frowned. "He burned our house down earlier tonight."
"What?"
Rita exclaimed.
"Are you serious?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
"Because we wouldn't stop looking for you."
"I'm so sorry, Ari."
"You don't have anything to apologize for. You're the victim here. So are you."
"I can't believe he did that."
"You can stay at my house. It's the least I can do."
"They're at our place,"
Leah said.
"Like Ari said, don't worry about anything. You just need to recover."
"Speaking of recovery," said a medic, "we need to get you to the hospital. The doctor's going to want to observe you tonight."
"Can we visit her?"
Ariana asked. "That'll be up to the doctor." Ari and Leah hugged Rita again, promising to see her soon.
"We'll camp outside your room if we have to,"
Ari said.
"I'll sneak you some food,"
Leah said.
"What do you want?"
"Anything.
I'm starving."
Ariana and Leah held each other as they watched the ambulance take her away, safe and sound. Chapter 34. Ariana flipped through the paint samples. They all looked like the same color after staring at so many shades of cream for so long. "It's kind of fun picking everything for our new home," Damon said. "Let's paint the kitchen yellow. If I have to look at cream ever again, I'm going to pass out."
We can think about it. She found the yellow samples, much easier on the eyes. He came over to her. Why don't we grab some lunch, and then we can come back and make a decision later? Food sounds good, but I still won't want to look at another shade of cream for the rest of my life. They made their way out of the paint store, and once in the car, Damon headed for the bar and grill. Rita waved at them from across the restaurant and hurried over. My 2 favorite customers. She turned to the nearest table. After you 2, of course. Then she ushered Ariana and Damon to a booth. I'll join you, unless you were planning a hot date. Of course you can join us, Damon said. We'd never turn down a meal with you. Ariana patted the seat next to her. Perfect. I'll be right back. Rita rushed away and spoke with the manager before returning with 3 drinks. Non-alcoholic. Ariana glanced between the beverages and Rita. Just soda? She cleared her throat and leaned closer, lowering her voice. You know. We do. So do Leah and Charles. Rita blew out a long, slow breath. It's true? Ari asked. Yeah. Who's the father? Damon nudged her. She nudged him back. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Damon said. It's a story for another day. Rita sat back and spoke louder. It's a good thing you 2 didn't get here an hour ago. We actually had a wait list in the middle of the day. You're famous now, Ariana said. Everyone up and down the West Coast knows your name. She sighed. I suppose that's one thing I can thank Boone for. Have you heard any updates on his case? Damon asked. Only that the judge denied his request for bail again. That's a good sign. He's accused of kidnapping, attempted murder, blackmail, and arson, Rita said. That's hardly child's play. And Mitch is singing like a canary, turning state's evidence for a reduced sentence. I bet Boone loves that. Guess he should have thought about that before. Rita sipped her drink and shrugged. As long as he stays behind bars, I'm happy. What I still don't get, Ariana said, is why he admitted to buying the arson supplies when he knew Mitch was abducting you. That's a horrible alibi. Rita snorted. Right? But Mitch acted earlier than they'd agreed to, leaving Boone with those receipts as his only proof that he didn't take me. Since he didn't actually burn this place down, they didn't arrest him. But they were still watching him closely. My attorney filled me in on all the details, though the legal jargon made my head spin. I think they could have arrested him for planning to commit arson, but they hoped he would lead them to me. I don't know how he expected to get away with torching our house, Damon said. The man does stupid things when he's desperate. Trust me. Damon laughed. I don't doubt you. Enough about him, Rita said. I want to hear all about your new house. Ariana rubbed her temples. Not much to say just yet. They're only just tearing out the old foundation today. They couldn't even save that, Rita asked. No, said Damon. They said it was compromised. You get a brand new, fresh start. A dreamy look overcame Rita for a moment before she snapped out of it. I'd love to design a new home. That would be so much fun. Did you know in college I almost majored in interior design? I didn't, Ariana said. But you'd be so good at it with your eye for style. No matter. I love the bar and grill. Why'd you change your major? Damon asked. Rita looked away. My father forced me to get married. Boone didn't want to pay for the rest of my education. Seriously?
Ariana asked. Yep. Married off to save my dad's business. How can that be legal? I agreed to it, and there's no paper trail for the financial side of it. But at least I'm out of it now. My divorce is in the process, and my lawyer says that given everything Boone is charged with, the prenup will be void. It turns out he was also embezzling money from his company, and they have reason to believe I wasn't the first person he paid to have kidnapped. Ariana stared at her in disbelief. That's a relief that you don't have to worry about the prenup, Damon said. What would happen if it was still viable? My office here at the restaurant would double as a bedroom for a while until I figured some things out. I'm glad that isn't a worry, Ariana said. Someone's phone rang. Damon held his up. Sorry, I need to get this. It's the foreman of the crew tearing out our foundation. He accepted the call. Hi, Jerry, got a question? Ariana started to ask Rita about the divorce, but stopped mid-sentence because Damon's face had drained of all color. I see. Where exactly did you find that? Rita and Ari exchanged a concerned glance. Yes, thank you, Damon said. We'll be right over. What's going on? Ariana demanded. Damon blinked a few times. Jerry's crew unearthed human remains. They haven't been there very long. Ariana tried to speak, but couldn't find any words. She and Damon stared at each other, the shock on his face matching the horror running through her. Were they suspects? This concludes Watch Your Back by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by Francis Anderson. Copyright 2022 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.